Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tommy channel. I'm your host, Tommy, and tonight we've got something different for you. How are we doing? Good evening. How are we doing? How are we doing? Good evening. Right, who can we see? We've got Greg in chat. Right, I'm going to flip through. We got Bendover. Bendover came in. How you doing, my friend? How you doing? We've got Binks. What should we say? We've got Jim. Did you do test build first, or is it something you've done often enough to troubleshoot issues that arise? I've done this so many times, it's crazy. So quite often I'm used for remote PC assistance as well. So if Mr. Porkchop or any of the guys, Steel Leg History, any have problems, usually it's me that give me a shout. I can dial into their computers and sort it out. Mr. Porkchop's got a little bit of an upper hand because I've installed a device in his computer that physically allows me to get to his BIOS. So I can do even more for Mr. Porkchop. But, Jim, thank you very much indeed for jumping in with us. Yeah, building quite a machine. So I'm going to go through the components in a minute. Greg, there's Greg. So it's Greg's PC that we're building today. So it's going to be an exciting session. And I'll go through all the components. We'll go through the build and just make sure everyone's up to speed. Any questions, just feel free to throw out any questions that you may have. 2 minutes till Tomby Birds a go. Yes, a little bit of a delay. I've got a massive migraine. And it's probably my own fault because I'm staying up till bloody late streaming. Yeah, my own fault. Getting up early. Hopefully the architecture on this build should have lots of AMD synergies and no bottleneck. You're definitely not going to see a bottleneck. And we've got Luna J over on Kick. How you doing, my dude? Or how are you doing, my darling? Don't know. Male or female. Can't assume genders these days. Jim, Tommy might have some ideas if you ask nicely. Would appreciate some pointers, especially if I don't go OLED, a great IPS 4K panel, or I could go 1440 and get a 32-inch curved. To be honest, for your first one, I would certainly go for a 1440 32-inch curve, to be honest, and start from there. Build your way up from that one, my friend. 4K is good. 4K is good and all. So, my screen's 4K. So I've got a 4K curved monitor for mine. But it's just a very bog standard screen. Does everything that I need it to do. I can still play games on it. It's only 60 Hertz refresh rate, but that's more than enough for what I need to do. Plus, at the end of the day, when I'm streaming across the multiple sites, I've got another 2 4K screens side by side that I'd need to drive as well. But Greg Phillips, I'm looking forward to seeing the benchmarks. Oh boy, I'm excited. Heretical Nerds joined us. How you doing, Pete? I need to respond to Pete as well to organise when we're going to do some warframing and do some mech warrior. Mirren, hello chat. Oh, and hi Tommy. How you doing? Smooth DJ. Yo, on my way home. I can't type much. No problem at all. Right, okay, so what we're going to do is let's get some components and right. So memory. So what we got is some RGB DDR5. So the important thing with this memory is this thing in the bottom corner is making sure that it's compatible with AMD EXPO. Now, a lot of the memory that you could end up picking up will be specifically for Intel XMP. And AMD have got their own version of the overclocking settings that are built into the memory. So when you put this in and you go into your BIOS and you enable XMP, which is the Intel overclocking, or you turn on EXPO for AMD, it automatically loads predefined, already working, guaranteed to work settings for the memory to get the best bang for your buck. So Greg's gone for 64 gigs. Well, 64 gigs, wasn't it? Yes. 32 times 2, 64 gigs. So we're going to stick 64 gigs in first. So I'm just going to put him on the table there. Let's grab him. Come here. The GPU. So GPU today will be the AMD Radeon 7900 XTX. It is their flagship. So this is AMD's flagship GPU. Plenty of horsepower behind that one. And certainly good synergies with the rest of the system. that thing will fly. That thing will fly. So I'm just going to pick up the... I'll tell you what, I'll park those for a second, because that's interesting. CPU of choice today. The AMD 7800 X3D. So there he is in all its glory. And once that's... Jim, my system's got 196 gig of RAM. And that's just my main machine. It's fucking obscene. Because they started to create 24 megabyte or 24 gigabyte chips, and therefore they could actually churn out 48 gig SD sticks in their own right. So you can get 48, 96, double them up, 192. Steve. So Jim's... I'm so jealous right now. And Steve, I am here a bit. No worries, you can be here a bit any day, mate. Right. Next on Santa's list, we've got the WD Black 2 terabyte gaming drive. So it's Gen 4. Now, it's not as fast as some of the Samsungs that are out there at the 7 gig end, but this is going to be more than good enough, more than perfect enough for powering the operating system and sticking some games on. So you could go for an upgrade in the future to switch it over to the 7000 read-write NVMEs, but to be honest, you're not really gaining much. You'll notice very little difference because it's so quick anyway. Power supply, Corsair RM850E. Now, obviously, this one's fully modular. So as you can see on there, you only need to plug in what you actually need. The spare cables all go in a bag. And then that bag you can just obviously put into your loft or whatever you need to do. Next. Oh, right. Okay. Gigabyte Aorus. So this is the Aorus 6550 or 650. So more than good enough gaming motherboard. More than enough IO on it. Good enough sockets. Everything in between. Next item on the agenda. The all-in-one cooler. So the AIO for the CPU is the Lian Li GA2 Trinity. So this is the Infinity 360. Now, originally Greg had picked out a Corsair one. And most people go with a Corsair. But considering that he then went, or he had selected these to cool his PC. So he had selected these to cool his PC. I said, why don't you just go one step further and just get the all-in-one cooler to match it? Because then all of this plugs into the same controller, and he can cycle all the lights around the entire system, all in one go. All from one application, rather than having to have a Corsair application and then a Lian Li L3 Connect instead. Right, now I will get the case out, but it's so freaking big, we'll do that in a bit. So his case, he's going for a Lian Li. It's an all-glass case. It's very, very pretty. But what we're going to do, we are going to sort out the second camera. So what we're going to do is that desk that's just behind me with all of the crap on it, we're going to switch across to there in a second. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see about adding the other camera. So let's go to... what does it begin with? Video capture device. Probably that. Let's go Brio. Logitech Brio. Oh, it's already there. Cool beans. So let's add it. Let's see what it's doing. Logitech Brio. Can't see you. Let's go properties. Let's see what you're doing. Logitech Brio. What resolution is that? Resolution 352 by 288,840. I think that's wrong. So let's delete that and let's add new, remove. In fact, I'm going to open up the camera app and just make sure that it actually is recognizing the Brio. Need help with your camera? Possibly. No, it's definitely there. It's definitely there. I can see it. Okay, so let's add a new camera, guys. We're going to add a new camera. A video. New Brio. We've got Deal Breaker in the house as well, my dude. How are you doing? How you doing? Right, we have, let's go down list. Right, we've got Deal Breakers joined us. Hello there, Heretical Nerd and Bend Over. Abe's there as well. Hello, hello. And we've got Galadon. Bought a pre-built from Newegg Fall. Last fall, the hard drive cooked 3 months later after buying it. See, there's benefits with buying pre-built versus benefits with buying the components and build it yourself. Now, when you buy a pre-built, you can send the whole thing back and say, right, okay, this is broken, sort it out. You need to deal with it. Now, the only problem with that is when something breaks, you have to send the whole thing back. You're completely dead in the water. But it's at least it's covered underneath the so I'm just gonna bring this camera across. It's covered underneath the terms and conditions of the warranty, which is fine. You're right, Commander Classified. How you doing, my friend? So it's the whole device is under warranty, and it's under warranty to a certain point. But when you have problems, you've got to send it all back. With components, if a singular component breaks, say for instance a hard drive breaks, it's much easier and quicker just to get another hard drive, put another hard drive in, send that other one back, get it refreshed, refurbished, fixed, whatever, and you don't have to send the whole device back. Because let's face it, it's not cheap to send these devices back. They're weighty old things. This thing's going to weigh a fucking ton. I mean, this thing is going to weigh a metric fuck ton. So what I might do, let's have a play with the cameras, just so I can... What I want to do is I want to have both cameras live. So one view, you're going to see the side of my head. The other, you're going to see... yeah, Commander Classified, I've been doing the same, friend. Wrong way. Let's stick me over there. So if I stick me there, I can expand this view. Now, I wonder what's going to be better. Do I do small Tomby, big... Yeah. I'm always tempted to do small Tomby, big Brio. Because I think that'd be better, wouldn't it? That'd be better. Right, okay. Where is the camera on this? Featured chat, blurps, webcam composite. So it's going to be this one. So if I move this one up to the... Oh, come along, Bob. If I move that one there. And I take this one and I shrink him down. I can put Mr. Brio. Oh, Mr. Brio's not... that's weird. The Brio resolution's shite. It's not a problem, though. It's not a problem. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. Right, okay. So let's bring him all the way there. And let's bring the Tomby. Let's bring Tomby over here. And there we go. Is that better? Wonder if that's better. You have to determine which particular part has failed too. Yes. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you can almost guarantee what it is, because when you turn a PC on, most motherboards have got an LED display on the inside that displays numbers with 2 fault codes. So you'll be able to tell pretty quickly which one it is. If it's not coming up at all, motherboard or PSU. Change the PSU. PSU's easy enough to see if it's got power on it. But yeah, twat. Rick Cleary with nerd. Hold on. Nerd. I can't believe hell chat nerds. Abe's had to RMA several hard disks over the past 2 decades. Small, Tomby, big build. Yes, I think that's going to be the way. I switch over to SSD, but in the end, it's a luck of silicon lottery. And that's correct. That is correct. Right, let me see if I can transform this and fit it to the screen. Stretch to screen. That didn't stretch. Right, okay. Maybe I should select that first. Stretch to screen. Right, there we go. So that's stretched to screen. But I think what I need to do is I need to put... Right, I need to test some text. Does that come up? Yes. Okay, so let's move Tomby. Because Tomby, you're in the wrong place because we can't see your face. There we go. So we got that, we got that, we got that. I only use SSD in M.2 now. Never had a bad drive since yet. To be honest, I haven't had bad drives in quite some time. Fucking hell, Greg. Greg Felix rolls in with the 5 gifted Tommy memberships. And who has got them? Jim Binks gifted a Greg Phillips. Wolfie gifted a membership by Greg. Lord Marshall, Jograsil. We got Horny Alf gifted a membership. Helga was gifted a membership. Congratulations, guys. Make sure you thank Greg. And there we go. Perfect. Thanks to Greg. Thanks to Greg. Thank you very much, Adita. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that, my friend. Right, let's get cracking with the knacking as far as I'm concerned. Right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go down the motherboard route, get the CPU installed. So we'll do CPU, motherboard, get the motherboard all sorted. Let's see if I can rearrange some things in here so they are accessible. Let's also move Mr. Ooh, I might have to move the... bear with me a second. I'm just going to move the microphone completely. So just give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to put chair stream on for a second. Right, testing comms, testing comms. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Right, okay, so you have to put up while let's sort this camera out. Right. About there. Stay. Stay. Right, cool. Right, okay, so first thing we're going to start doing. So I'm going to try and pay attention to chat as much as I can do. I'm just going to move this mic around. Let's also put Social Stream Ninja. Let's move you. Social Stream Ninja. Docs. Custom browser docs. Let's take that. Oh, let's put him on the big screen. So then I can see everything a little bit easier. There we go. Cool. Happy days. Happy days. That's just freaking doing what it wants to do. That's not what I told you to do, did I? That's not what I told you to do. Right, okay. Part picker and things like that. Cool, cool, cool. Right. Do I need to stick a light on above? Possibly. Possibly. Right, okay, so let's get cracking with the knacking. No time like the present. Right, so normally what I tend to do, jump into the bottom of the box. Okay, so you've got a Wi-Fi antenna in the box. So this I'll leave in the box, Greg. So when you get home, just make sure you plug that in. You do have a couple of SATA cables. Now, oddly, the camera resolution on the Brio is really crap, but it is a 4K, believe it or not, it is a 4K camera. So I don't know what's going on with it at the minute. Let's see if we can sort that out quickly, because that's not gravy. That's not gravy at the minute, so I can spin... Ugh, come here, Mike. There we go. That's a bit better. Because I'll spin the mic around. Let's have a look and see what the webcam's doing, because that is shockingly bad. Properties. Let's have a look at the properties. Default device, custom. 3840. What? 3840 by 2160. Where did you go? I can see blurps. Thanks for that. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Match outfit. Logitech Brio. Deactivate. Configure video. Match output. Video format. Color space. Flip. Use hardware decoding when available. That's interesting. Device default. Okay. Let's get Logitech Brio 4K. Let's just see if I need to install some drivers, guys, because that resolution is shite. It should be picking up much better than that. Should be picking up much better than that. Right, okay, what have we got? ESD strap-on. Now, I'll tell you about static discharge in a second, guys. I'll tell you about static discharge. Downloads. Downloads for the Doodad. Logitune simplifies Doodad and web control. Maybe. Maybe I have to turn it on to 4K. So let's just quickly do that. Let's quickly do that. Right, okay. The reason why I say don't worry about static discharge is because, as you know, static discharge can easily blow up components. Now, what I generally tend to do is before I play with any form of components, I take I take a bare metal screwdriver, and I touch one of the socket, you know, so in the UK, all of our screws on our sockets are all grounded. So what I generally tend to do before I work on anything is I will ground myself several times over, and anytime that I go out, take a break, go to the toilet, stretch my legs, I'll come back in and do exactly the same thing. So that completely gets rid of any form of static you may build up. Install Logitune. No, thank you on that crap. So I'm just installing some crap to see if this camera picture can improve, because that is garbage. That is shocking. See my question above to you. Let's go. Tomby, how little Lily doing today? Give her your skin, cheapskate, and stuff her with hot chocolate too. She's already been paid. She's already been paid, my dude. Yeah, I paid her straight away this morning. Paid her straight away this morning. So yeah, she's doing fine. She's actually downstairs with Tam. One of the sons came round with his girlfriend, so they're just downstairs. They're playing games at the minute from her Christmas presents, because obviously they didn't come down for Christmas, so she's only just got some of them. Let's see. Right, that doesn't seem to be doing anything at all. Logitune, yes. Launch Logitune. Brio, update available. Continue. Right, cool. Let's do some updates. So we're updating the camera. This update may take several minutes. Good man. Have to be going. Be blessed. Steel Leg, you take care of yourself. How you doing? You off. Thanks for everyone to stop by and say hello. Be blessed. Yep. Yeah, it was nice to see George in your chat, mate. It was nice to see George in your chat. In fact, I'll tell you what, let's go back to Mr. Gaming for a second, because I need to grab view account. Let's go back to freaking Jesus. I'll lose my freaking head if it wasn't screwed on. Shout out, be right back. Intermissions, face cam. I'll just press this button. Full face. Go back to here. So what I want to do is I want to throw in the YouTube count of people watching. Perfect. Oh, I've lost one. Oh no, that's Steel Leg, isn't it? Of course. And we want to get live gaming. Let's go back to live gaming. And let's go to featured chat, hype, emotes. I think it's hype that's doing it. And let's stick that onto this one as well. There we go. So we got a bit more information. It's a bit more interesting. Right, done. Brio's connected. Field of view, 90 degrees. Let's go a little bit wider. Zoom. Image adjustments. Low light compensation, white balance. Yep. Filters, original, bright, blossom. Okay. And we're going to turn off the microphone. Disable, we don't need that. Rebooting device. So what I want to do is I want to take the Brio. I want to delete it. Remove. And I want to add a new one. Hopefully it's going to come through a little bit better now. Video capture device. Now, question is it video capture device? It's got to be, hasn't it? Because the camera, all of it is video capture device. Media, image, game, display, audio, application. Yeah, of course it is. New Brio. Let's make sure it comes through okay. Right. Let's get Brio. That looks a little bit better, doesn't it, guys? That looks a little bit tastier. Still a bit washed out, but it'll do for now. Right, it'll do for now. Let's leave it as that. Cool, right, okay, let's crack on. Tomby, I meant my static question I above. You answered it, but it has info above on me. Saw Miss Chair. Tomby, do you ground yourself against static? I carry a huge electrical charge and destroyed ground balances as a dew point red lab before we figured out it was me. Yeah, so I do. Let's put that below the. Let's put that there. There we go. Yeah, I do carry a lot of static. The other thing as well is the dog causes a lot of static as well. So when she's dry, she causes an awful amount of it. So I have to ground myself quite often, especially when I'm working on any of the components. So I think you saw some of the pictures from my lab downstairs. And certainly some of the microcontrollers, microelectric sensors that I'm working with are quite sensitive. So I will quite often ground myself. Right, okay, so we're coming back to this. We have got the SATA cables. We will be installing SATA cables, even though we haven't got a SATA drive. And the reason why we install those now is so that later on, if Greg needs to install SATA drives, he doesn't need to worry about cables, because cable management is one of those things that I tend to do and make sure that everybody is up to speed. Right, we've got some NVMe drive screws. That's fine. And the other thing that I like about the Gigabyte MSI, and in fact quite a lot of them are doing it now, is they all come with a plug-in for the board header socket. So rather than you having to fuck around trying to put all of the cables into the right holes and things like that, you plug them into there, and then this goes straight into the motherboard. Makes life fucking so much easier. Right, so let's put this down to the side, because we don't need any of that just at this minute. Let's put the cardboard down to the side. Okay, so we are doing CPU first. I'll tell you what, I am going to turn the light on. Let's see if that helps the camera to sort its shit out. Yeah, that's better. I reckon it was the low light balance. Must have been low light balance. Right, okay, so let's see if we can get this a little bit closer without it shitting the bed too much. There we go. There we go. Cool. Right, always keep your anti-static paper as well. The anti-static wrapping. The reason why I say that there is because when you're flipping it over, just lay it on top. That's what I use it for. Lay it on top. So this is our nice, lovely board. What I might do. So CPU is going to be going here. So the first thing we will do, we're going to install the CPU first. Right. See this bit of plastic? Don't remove that. It's going to remove itself automatically when we put the CPU in there. Now, these... So, I'll just take you in close. So, these are now all pins on the inside. So, AMD have gone down the same route as Intel. So, they're all using micro pins on the sockets. Now, these are easy to bend. Usually easy to bend when the board's being manufactured. So the first thing I generally tend to do is make sure I look at this, make sure everything's okay, make sure they're all straight, make sure there's no damage to any of the pins. Now, it doesn't look like there's any damage. They look all perfect. So when we come to put in our... Stay, camera. Stay, goddammit. Alright, let me just zoom a bit that way so you don't have to see my bloody belly. Because that's the last thing anyone wants to see. Right. So when we're getting our CPU, the CPU will place on top, and when we go to close the lid, we'll automatically push that piece of plastic off. Right, where's my knife? Where's my knife? Always keep hold of a X-Acto knife or something quite close to you. Always makes your life easier for doing shit like this. Shite like this. All of the boxes and everything, Greg, we will keep so that you can take the boxes home with you as well, just in case you ever need to do anything with them. I'm one for keeping boxes of most things. I probably wouldn't keep the NVMe boxes, because that's a bit fucking daft, but certainly motherboard boxes and everything else I'll keep. Let's zoom down. I just realised that I'm not looking at the latest text. Use the motherboard box to build the PC. Yep, you certainly can do. There's no reason why you can't. Keeps everything in one place. I generally don't, because I like to have a little bit more room because I'm a spacker due to my disabilities. Now, believe it or not, this one box just holds the CPU in it. So all of this in the back, it's all empty space, void. So it's... This day and age, bloody packaging's gone fucking mad. Right, okay, so pop out the CPU. So the first thing we're going to do is have a look at the CPU underneath the camera. So you see the orientation. What I might do, shall I spin that orientation around so everything's not upside down? Yeah, let's do it. Right. How do I rotate you? Transform. Rotate 180 degrees. There we go. That's a bit better, isn't it, Bob? That's a bit better. Right, okay, so obviously there's a notch up in this top corner. That's quite important because that corresponds to a notch that you're going to see on the CPU header. So just in that top corner, there's a little triangle. That triangle and that notch corresponds to each other. So when you're putting them together, guess what? You're going to align those two. So don't worry about touching the CPU. The main thing that you don't really want to touch is get anything on the back of that. Certainly if you get any cooling paste or thermal paste, make sure you are removing it thoroughly before you stick it onto your CPU. So quite easily, put your lid down. Put your lid down. All right. So the CPU's in. CPU's in. Put the lid down. Then you are closing the lid, and this should pop off. See, it's just popped there. Job done. Installed. No problem at all. No stress. No need to worry. You don't need to keep that. You can put that in the bin. You can put that in the bin. Right, memory. So let's do memory next. So we will install the CPU, the memory, the NVMe before we put this into the PC. Because it's always easy to put those things in now rather than worrying about them later. Cunning Stunt, how you doing, my dude? How you doing? Ryzen, shuffle feet on carpet and get handsy. Oh, mate, that's definitely a way to do it. Definitely a way to do it. Let me close. I'm just going to move that screen there. I'm going to put the text there. I need a fucking another screen. Oh, actually, I can do that. I'll do that for next time. Right, okay. So pin 1 notch. Yep, Ryzen 7 or Ryzen 9. So this is a Ryzen 7. So the Ryzen 9s are the 7900 versions. This is a 7800, which is the Ryzen 7s. But if you're looking at it from a gaming perspective, this is more than enough gaming horsepower for Greg. Now, it's also going to give him enough horsepower to do his video editing that he needs to do. Yes, it is not going to compete with the AMD 7950 X3D. But from a system perspective, from a gaming perspective, this is going to tick all of the boxes that he needs. So ultimately, it's not a problem. So all I'm doing here, guys, I'm looking at the notch in correspondence to the notch that's on the board. We populate A2 and B2. So almost on all motherboards, you always do the outside 2, not the inside. Don't put one in the first slot, one in the second, or one in the third, one in the fourth if you've got 2 sticks. Always put them in the outside slot. So skip number 1, put it in number 2. Skip number 3, put it in number 4. That's how most motherboard manufacturers request that you put the memory in. Right. So we now need to remove NVMe. Now, most of these NVMEs have actually come a long way. So on this NVMe, you'll see that there is just a 1 tab to select it from one end. So Smooth the DJ, I kind of want Tommy to build me a PC now. Tommy PC like Meta PC. Yeah, Muppet PCs. So yeah, on this end there's a tab, and what that means is that they only need a securing lug at one end. Now, a lot of motherboards previously would have screws at both ends, and they were a fucking nightmare. They really were. So nowadays they've started to improve their designs. The other thing that they've improved as well is these tabs. They are now basically keyless. You don't have to put any form of screws in them, and they've improved actually quite a number of times. So where's our NVMe? So we're going to get out of our NVMe. We're going to get our sword. Let's get our sword out. It's got the level 2 cache. Yeah, so the X3D's got more cache. It's got a significant higher amount of cache than the standard. And as a result, he's going to have better application use of that cache. Now, Windows have actually improved the scheduler within Windows as well. So both the Ryzen CPUs themselves, as well as the additional cache, absolutely fly when it comes to installing. Right, okay, so this only goes in one way. So these are keyed. So there's a key just there that corresponds to the key on the board. Now, the other thing to bear in mind is that there's different types of, and that's it. Fucking amazing. It's just a little clip. I mean, fucking Jesus Christ, it's just amazing. Just amazing. Just a tiny little clip goes down, secured. The amount of times you have to fuck around with screws and shit. Fucking Jesus. Certainly on mine. My wife's going to come upstairs and tell me off for swearing so much. Right, so let's put some of the plastic back together and just tidy up, keep things together. So we'll just put some of this stuff back in the boxes. Put these back in the boxes. But yeah, it's a good choice. Now, obviously, from a work perspective, I went for... so, Steve, I'd probably keep the plastic from the CPU socket cover. Never know if you're going to put the board into storage one day. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. That's a good shout from Steve. That's a good shout from Steve. Let's put some of this back into the boxes. Keep our workplaces tidy. Muppet PC uses too much felt as thermal insulators. Jay Tapia, how you doing, my friend? Jay, how you doing? So we've currently got the CPU installed. We've got the RAM installed. We're just sorting out the NVMe. We're just tidying up our workspace. Put some of the boxes back in place. I mean, the thing is, I've got a 3950 up in the loft that I need to sort out and do something with. So whenever I'm upgrading and things like that, I normally keep my old components to find something to do with them. Usually they end up as home lab servers for virtual machines, just like the Power World server. That's basically running on some of my old components. So whenever I upgrade, the components just basically sit there until I replace them with the next series. And then those things get recycled down to the kids or wherever they need to go. Right, okay. And the other important thing when you're installing your NVMe is make sure you take off the plastic protection on your thermal pads, because otherwise your NVMe is going to have a bad day. So nice and easy. Put it in the slot. Make sure he's lined up with the hole. Get him screwed down. And that's it. That is the motherboard section. Have I aligned that? No, I haven't. Come on, Bob. There we go. Let's align it properly. There we go. That's aligned. So this is actually a really good motherboard. Decent enough cooling on the VRMs. VRMs covered north and south. Decent cover on the M.2. There's more M.2 storage underneath these. So yeah, plenty of connectivity. And if we have a look on the side, let's move Mr. Bob here. So we've got the two sockets for the Wi-Fi. This is Wi-Fi 6, so it's going to be plenty quick enough. Right, if you have a look... Oh, shit, fuck. Zoom in, Bob. Come on. Zoom in. Zoom me in. Right, trust me when I say it says G-Flash there and a little button. So that is used for when your motherboard shits the bed completely. So when your motherboard shits the bed completely, one of these sockets on here will be labeled BIOS. Now that's this one that's just here. It's probably difficult to see. But that one there, if you stick a firmware for your motherboard into that slot, and I always keep one in. Don't move you. Bloody camera's moving by itself. I always keep one in my machine. So right now in that machine over there, I always keep a USB stick, a small one. Doesn't need to be massive because the firmware is only a few, about 30 to 50 megs. So you only have to find a really tiny one. Really old one will do. Stick the firmware on it, the latest firmware. If you ever have a problem with your board, press that button, press and hold it when the power's off. It will reboot. It will go onto the BIOS. It will flash whatever it finds and then reboot this machine and it will rescue the day. So that's another thing to bear in mind. Right, okay, we're done with this. We're done with this now. Let's put this back into box. And just leave it there for a second. Now, we are going to get the PC case. Bear with me. I'm just going to go grab it. Be right back. Chest stream. Go grab yourself a drink. It's a beast. It's a beast. Why can't I hear my talking? What's going on here? Test. Test. Oh, I can hear myself now. Nicicles. Nicicles. Weirdly, as soon as I went into the other room, everything dropped. Right, okay, this is a beast of a... This fucking case is massive. Right, first things first. So I'm probably going to switch into standing up soon. And we'll go from there. All right, let's have a look at the order for disassembly, which is probably going to be this side first. So each one of these is... So this is the 011D I think this is the dynamic, and it's also the fully glass version. So it's a fucking beast of them. It's a fucking beast of a case. It's bigger than mine. I mean, I've got fucking shitloads in mine, and this one's fucking bigger. It certainly looks wider. It looks wider than mine. Might have to change mine. I failed building a PC once. Kind of discouraged me from ever doing it again. Audio is good here. Deal breaker, Steel Leg history, deal breaker, a little bit after George taught to me. A bit stressed out. My laptop was acting up, and he was hurting, so was able to help me relax. And this is the thing with George. He's a good egg. He is a good egg. Throughout all of the things that I've seen, he's always been really kind to people. What have I done with my knife? Right, be right back. I've left it in the other room. Yeah, you're correct, Greg. It's the O11 Vision version. Right, okay, so a couple of things to point out in cases. All right, first things first, let's have a look at... see the pegs. So there's positions in all of the motherboards for your motherboard to rest on. Now, what should happen is... Let's change the motherboard. Crying out loud. Stupid freaking microphone. Let's also change the angle because it's way too far away. There we go. That's a bit better. A bit more in my face. That's what we need. Hear me properly, guys. Hear me properly. Right, okay. So 9 times out of 10, the pegs will all be put in for an ATX motherboard, which is perfect for what we've got. We've got an ATX motherboard. That's exactly what we need. Now, that's not always generally the case. So you just have to be wary of that. When it's not, obviously you then have to go down the lines of putting extra pegs in. Now, most of these should be, if it's a decent manufacturer, most of these should be having its angle above you. Most of these have an ATX kind of like imprint in, or an AB, whatever it may be, in the various different locations to tell you what kind of motherboard needs to go in there. Now, this one here is a special one. So if you were to look at this inside, I can't really show you now. But if you were to look at this one from the side, you'll see that it's actually got a bit of a dick on it. It's higher than the rest. Now, the reason why it's higher is because this one pokes through the motherboard. This one you don't put a screw in technically, because this one comes all the way through the motherboard. Open the door! Open the door! Open the door! Hold door! Cheers, Steel Leg, for the blurps. I forgot that I had blurps freaking enabled on this bloody screen. But yeah, if you want to earn blurps, you can do. So that's a location, kind of like a location post. So that makes sure that your motherboard doesn't move at all when you're trying to install it. So it's actually another quality of life change. So what we got, been looking into some meta PCs. So JTapio has been looking into some meta PCs, ready to go to PCs, because the idea of building one seems a bit out of my wheelhouse. Just follow this Jim, Jay. Just follow this guy, what I'm taking you through now. I mean, everything that I've done so far, that's the difficult bit over. Everything else is just putting it in the case. So there's no reason why you can't build it yourself, Jay. Absolutely no reason. And especially when you've got guidance documents. There's so many build guidance documents. The only thing that you have to be, I would say, reticent on is whether or not you have got what I would call clumsy fingers. So if you've got clumsy hands, clumsy fingers, prone to dropping things, then yeah, fair enough. I could probably agree that building a PC may not be the best thing for you to do. And that's not through disrespect. That's just simple physics of the fact that if you're a clumsy fucker, you don't want to be fucking dropping your PC when you're bloody building it. It's the last thing you want to do. Last thing anyone wants to do. But if your coordination's fine, why not? I mean, you're going to save yourself. I would say you're going to save yourself. If you were to go to Meta right now and get a PC, and then you were to look online at the parts and build it yourself, you're probably going to save 30%. With that 30%, you can think of doing two things. You either pocket it, or you reinvest it into the machine and get better components, which is generally what I tend to do. I tend to advise for people just to pick up components, better components, and build them yourself. Right, okay, so the first thing we're going to do is the power supply. Power supply is going in first. So this is a nice power supply. As I said, nice and modular. Just needs the connections in that we need. And let's see if we can. I think probably going to be best if I turn off me, because no one wants to see my arsehole. No one wants to see my arse. Let's do right click. Is that a side mount modular PSU? Well, guess what? It isn't. So the one that I've got in my machine. So, fucking Jesus, where's the camera? Right. So camera-wise, camera. Right. So there's the back of the power supply. So that's where the power is going to be coming in. But on the opposite side is where the cables are. Now, mine has got the modular power supply connections here now. So a lot of the manufacturers are putting the connectors on the side. Now, believe it or not, it's not as good as you fucking expect it to be, because the fat cables then need to kind of like compress against themselves in a very small case. So usually down the side of a power supply, there's not a lot of room for cables to be. So it's not as good as you expect. Now, I've got one on mine. It was a fucking pain in the dick to get the... Lift this in the right position. It was a pain in the dickhead to get the power supply into the machine. So we are going to... Let's just have a quick look. So it looks like that's fine. So looking at this... there's two screws either side to make life easier for getting the power supply in. Where's my freaking screwdriver? Where's my big screwdriver gone? Asshole. That's the little one. That's the little one. That one do. Yeah, so what you can do is you can take this out. And this is why I like Lian Li's build. So Lian Li with DeBauer. I may as well stick this here for a second. Lian Li with DeBauer. So DeBauer is a well-known PC enthusiast for basically overclocking, making components for PCs to make life easier. Oh, that's actually part of... Oh, well, that's interesting. How the fuck does that remove? Alright, well, we're taking off the back as well. We're taking off the back! Right, let's stick some screws over there. And let's spin the computer right round, baby, right round. Rather weighty, this. So we're just going to fuck around, just take all the components off. So I'm going to take the glass off the top. Come on, bitch. This one's locked in. Lock it in, yay! There we go. Right, so that one slides backwards. Just be aware of that. That one slides backwards. And we're just going to drop that down over here. Natty McBatty, stopping by to say hello to everybody. Hope you're having a lovely day. Bye. Leave a like on that video. Everyone fades. Right, we've got 18 people watching this shit. So we're just having a look at the build. Just having a look at the order. Alright, that comes through there. That's fine. There's so many freaking screws in this thing. Right, okay. Let's flip him up again. Yes, let's spin you over. There we go. Alright, okay, let's have a look. I think this is going to slip up. I just want to make sure. Doesn't actually show how that comes out. That's interesting. Unless that's the locking mechanism just there. A bit strange. Oh dear. It's the first time working with this particular case, so I might have to dig out the destructions, which will be the first. I don't normally do destructions, but we will obey the masters. We will obey the masters. Right, okay, so we are... That's come out there. Oh, well, that's interesting. Right, okay, yeah. That makes life interesting. This thing comes apart in so many different places. It's untrue. It's good. I mean, from a build perspective, it's actually really good because there's loads of different. Trying to get this in a good position, and I'm going to spin him down in a minute when I'm not fucking around with the box itself. Almost everything on this slides out. Freaking crazy. Right. Components, bits and bobs. Alright. Because I wonder if I've got to strip this all the way down. I bloody do as well. That's fucking mental. Right. So, let me change the angle and you'll be able to see this. So with this case... You can actually put the motherboard in two different positions. Because of that, come on, what are you doing? Let me screw this up a little bit. Right, stay. Why's you loose? Technical problems, Bob. Technical problems. Okay, oh, that'll be why. Right, okay, so inside this case, this actually can be completely removed because the motherboard can go in a completely different orientation. So all of the inside basically can come out to then give access to some of the other screws for... Right, so there's SATA connections just here. Yeah, it's freaking mental. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Fucking hell, Greg. Mental. Underneath there is a slot for your filters, so pop filters underneath. They just slot straight into a gap. Mr. Tickle Trunk, how you doing? I'm loving the fat cam though. Nice and stretchy. Yes, fat cams. That's the way it goes. Let's pull you up a bit more. There we go. See how high we can get it before you see my belly. Right, next. All right, see what next we have to pull, remove. Spin you around. So at the minute we're trying to get access to take this off. So we've taken two screws off this end. So what I have a feel, might have to have a look at the lights in a second. It looks like that is sat behind there on there. Where is... bear with 2 seconds. I'm going to see how. Too fancy for me. Tommy needs a camera on rails that follows him. I wanted you to have fun, buddy. I am having fun. This is fucking amazing. This is amazing. You should know by now, building PCs is exactly what I want to do all the time. Just build PCs for people. Of course, I just want to build PCs where the fucking computer case comes apart in one fucking go, but hey ho, life goes on. I don't need a freaking jigsaw puzzle. But I am impressed by the case, because the thing is that all of the parts, all of the boxes and things like that are behind here as well. So this side must come off really, really easily, and I'm missing it. Right, I'm just going to go get the destructions. I'm going to leave the camera on. I'm going to turn it off. We're back again. Is there filters on the air intakes? There is filters on every single air intake into this machine. So there is air intakes. Where's the other one? Actually, there's only air filtration on the bottom, Steve. To answer the question, there's none on the side. This is Tomby Relax Mode. He is having fun. Yes, I am. I'm just going to have a look at the destructions. So what we got? Tell me how to remove you. Power supply installation. Right. Right, okay. Remove side panels, top glass. Yes, let's get the microphone in a better position. Number one. Remove the protecting clip. Okay. 2. Okay. It doesn't actually say where the protecting clip is. But that says it lifts straight up. So let's reorientate this and get this in place. So apparently this lifts straight up, but this, I can't see a protection. I can't see a retaining clip. Unless it's on the inside. No. No. Definitely says right. Number 1. You fucking daft twat. There he goes. It looked like the wrong part of the component was moving, but in the end, it just pushed out. Fucking dickhead. Right. So now that's done. This thing's a hell of a lot easier to move. So we're going to start removing some stuff in here. This, I would say, probably pops out. Oh, mate, they have really improved this build. So this centerpiece on mine, I'll just extend the camera to its highest. So this center post is removable on mine, but on yours, it is literally a flip between. How fucking ingenious is that? That is fucking mental. Right, okay, let's start doing some stuff. Look at the space you have for cable management. You know Snake's wedding? You can freaking hide it. Some Lian Li cases don't have clips. Yeah, mine doesn't have clips. Mine doesn't have clips at all. So it's got 2 screws, which allow you to remove the top. Once the top's removed, that allows you to remove the side. Then the other side can come out. They're kind of like on retaining lugs. And because of just simply the way it was designed, it just all comes apart, goes together really, really simply, really, really easily. It's fantastic design. And of course, they're iterating the build all the time. They're just making it better constantly. I'm absolutely gobsmacked. So what I was looking at inside this case for the power supply, see if I can reposition you, is these were the 2 additional screws I needed to remove. And then this can go on back Fuck off, camera. Stay where you are. Let's get you maximum zoom ed. Shit the bed. There we go. There we go. That's a bit better. So the two screws on this side were what I was trying to remove earlier, so that we can install the power supply. It does look like there is enough room for a side-mounted power supply with the modular clips on the side. So let's have a look at the orientation. So when we're installing these, let's make a look at the back of the power supply. So when I've spin it round, only one of the holes lines up. Spin it round the other way, and now you can see all of them line up. Perfect. Guess what? That's the orientation. So let's quickly screw a U in. So let's get the screws from the power supply. So it comes with some cable ties. These cable ties we ain't going to use. These things should be fucking banned. These things are fucking horrendous. Get rid. Bin. Gone. Be gone. And what you should be using, if I can freaking see them. Aha! What you should be using is reusable cloth type. Much easier to remove. And the good thing about the colours is that the colours you can put around certain objects. So power, you can always have power in red, because then that way you know which ones are powered, versus which ones are the data or whatever else. Yeah, they have 216 make great cases. Those are the dark days. This is Tomby Relax Mode, Tickle Trunk, yep. I love the internet. We get to watch spastics yell in their cars, and this techno Chad put a machine together with a bisexual Casey sticking his motherboard into live. And that's the thing. That's what makes it all interesting. There's so much content out there on the internet. You can go onto loads of different channels and find fucking loads of crazy shit going on. I mean, last night we were creating freaking Power World servers. I mean, we went through the whole installation of Power World on both a Windows and a Linux machine. Did all that. I got Steel Leg and Mearden to jump on the servers to test them out, make sure they're all working. I mean, such content out there. It's awesome. And plus, Power World's the word of the day. Man screws case live. Yes, what we should do is... Tonight on Radio 4, Man screws case. He puts components into the case and then turns computer on. Watch as the computer explodes. Yes, we should do... I should practice my David Attenborough voice. Oh, for fuck's sake, lol. Yeah, but the colours risk making your PC look like a pride rally. Yeah, that's... yes. That I could see. But it would be funny. It would be funny. Right, okay, let's make sure we get this round the right way. So this should just slot in. Guess what? That's not the right way. Which way do I need to go with this fucking thing? Did I put that in? No, it's because I didn't put it in far enough, Bob. Right, so that's that done. Let's screw those back in with the original screws. And then that's that part done. At this point in time, it's actually worthwhile putting some of the power cables in. So if we know what power cables we're going, forget Windows, let's install Linux. See, Cosmolon. So Cosmolon over on Twitch says, forget Windows, let's install Linux. Now, the right response to this one is let's dual boot the system. Let's have both Linux and let's have Windows on. And there is benefits for that. And there is benefits and reasons to do something like that. So if you ever have a computer problem and Windows is inaccessible, you can boot the computer into a Linux. You can get access to your files. You can transfer files off. You've got full access. Now, most of the time these days, most people just go for a live version of Linux or a live version of Windows, which you can get. You can get a Windows, kind of like an engineer's edition that you can boot off a CD. Haha, that's also quite a good choice. Yeah, I mean, certainly this day and age. Let me see if I can show you. Let me see if I can show you something magical. Okay, so, right. This drive is, let's get it right around the right way. So it's an IOD ST400. Inside here is an SD card, or an SD drive. On this drive is probably about 15 to 20 different ISO files and also bootable drives. When you plug it into your PC, this will emulate being a CD or a DVD drive or a hard drive. You basically select it on the options, and when you plug it into your PC, it will take over your PC basically. So yeah, Rare is rocking all shit. Not many people know about them. Really good for data recovery. So anybody that's into kind of like data recovery, forensics, or anything like that. So I'm just moving my microphone because it's in a completely stupid place. Anybody that's into data analytics or any of that good stuff should really look at getting one of those drives, because you just install everything on it. And then no matter where you are, you've always got it. Same with game ISO files. If you've got CDs of old games that you want to save and you don't want to keep on getting them out, you install all of the ISOs onto that drive, and then you can just select it from the menu on the actual device itself. Yeah, and install it. Right, inside the box of tricks, there's a few things to be aware of. So you've got some plugs for SDs. So in these positions, these plastic lugs slot into the small side, and then you put a screw in to tighten up on the rubber grommets. So it's something to be aware of. We're not going to stick any SDs in today, but just be aware of it. Now, normally these come with all of the screws that you can think of for your motherboard, which will obviously go through. So you've got all of the screws for fans, cases, you name it. Now, the good thing with this, you keep these because there's additional dividers within the box. So the first thing I generally tend to do with decent cases that come with things like this, just make sure that you're emptying the screws into the box. So they're all of one type. Apart from you're a different type. And then I just move the plastic lug across and then just secure it that way. Then I can put one in the next one and put some of the next screws into there. Now, over the years, during the war, I've kind of like amassed an absolute mountain of these screws. So I've got screws for every occasion. So if you want to go a little bit gay, we can go a little bit gay. But yeah. Mr. Tickle Trunk, also nice to have Windows booted as an instance so that if anyone tries to hack your PC, you just throw it into the bin and no one gets to use your furry porn against you. I mean, so I've heard. That is a good point. That is a good point. Instances and VMs and Dockers are certainly the way to go for the future. But yeah, on the... I don't know if I can show you very well, but there's a small slit on the other side of the rubber grommet, and that kind of like goes in to the machine and it pushes across like that. So it's nice and easy, goes in, secures, and then you put your screw into the side. Now the idea behind that is vibration, keeps the sound down, and stops your drive vibrating like a bastard. Right, so power supply is in. So one of the things we're going to do is have a look at our leads for our power supply. Let's grab those now. Where did I put them? Where did you... Cotton Eye Joe? Ah, right next to me. Right, so what are we going to need? We are going to need CPU cable. We're going to need the 24-pin PC cable. We're going to need the 12-volt motherboard cable for the ATX at the top. We're going to need GPU cable, definitely. And in fact, let's have a quick look at what cables our GPU is going to need. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be two 6 pins So what we'll do, we'll have a look at the GPU. It's probably going to be 2 6-pins. Let's put you there. And I'm going to get all of those cables out. I'm going to put those in now. Because before we get too long, we're just going to crack through it. All right, 23 people watching. Thank you very much indeed for joining, guys. Thank you very much indeed for joining. If you are joining for the first time, let me know so I can say hello to you. Don't be afraid to chat. We're quite interactive. We're certainly quite interactive on this channel. So just make sure that you are putting your hands up. And if you're on Twitch, Rumble, or Kick, make sure that you are doing the same over there. Because at the end of the day, whilst I can see mostly people on YouTube, you guys matter over on the other platforms. Right, so the 7900 XTX, I think is actually quite a beautiful GPU. But if you have a look here, it uses 3 8-pin connectors. So we just need to make sure that we've got 3 6x2s. Yeah, Binks Jim, you are correct. 3 6x2, so 3 8-pin PCIe connectors. But it is a lovely card. Right. The other thing as well, it's a weighty bastard. So nowadays, you get one of these. Now this is a support bar for your GPU. So what happens is on the PCI side, so where your PCI headers normally go, this gets screwed in. This goes onto the back side of the GPU, and basically it supplies some stability to the GPU to prevent GPU sag. Because they're weighty as fuck, the last thing you want to do is have a GPU that's essentially just going to slowly bend and then potentially break connectors. Now, I've never seen them break connectors, but I have seen them start acting wobbly. So you don't want to risk weight stress on PCI. Yes, 100%, Steve. 100%, mate. So, at least we know what our pins are going to be. So, let's get those out of the box. We're 19 people, so I've upset a few people. It's all good. It's all good. I don't mind. Right. Yeah, with solid-state drives, you need to buffer your drive from the computer's vibration instead of the other way around. Strange times. Tomby, what do you need to install to give yourself Mr. Porkchop level of access to the PC in case of emergencies? $5. Right. Okay, so it's called a Pi KVM PCIe. So let me go across to my PC. Let me bend over so you can see my arse. And I'm gonna look PCI KVM. Pi KVM V3 PCI. It's a specific device. Let's have a look. Where are you? Amazon. That's where I'll go instead. Just bear with me, guys. Bear with me, Amazon. So Pi KVM PCI. This thing here. So I'm just going to drop it into chat. Drop it into chat. Okay. Ugh. Notepad. Let's go there. Let's see if this comes up. Sucks dick. That should though. Yes, that does. Right, okay, let me post this link. See if that comes up. Okay. So that there, plus a Raspberry Pi. So not the cheapest. So just be aware of that, Greg, not the cheapest. But what that does is so it uses up one of your spare PCI slots. It doesn't connect to your computer that way. It just takes power. The Raspberry Pi, being a completely separate machine, allows me to remote desktop onto the Raspberry Pi, then take complete control of your PC. I can do everything from turn it on, turn it off, look at the screen. I can install BIOS, firmware, rectify issues, you name it. Very good, very handy. And as you know, the amount of times that I've sorted out Mr. Porkchop, bearing in mind Mr. Porkchop lives an hour and a half away from me, I can just remote onto his computer, sort out his firmware, reinstall Windows, no problem at all remotely. Those people that are out there that know what a KVM is, obviously it's just a remote KVM over the interwebs. Nothing more than that, but it's based around a Raspberry Pi. So you get the Raspberry Pi version 4, stick it on that device, and Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. Really is good. Really, really worth it. Certainly, I would, if I was building a machine for, say, grandparents and things like that, or parents, I'd make sure that I had installed one of those. Because the amount of times that they're going to come up with, oh, this ain't quite right, or this ain't quite right. And we don't all live close to our parents, so it's easy to access their machines remotely and get them sorted, get them back online, or do whatever you need to do. What does the CPU move, IMD? Hold on, did I miss something? A PCIe puts a computer in your computer, sort of. Yep. Giggity. Mesa, make sure you squeeze the thermal paste directly into the CPU socket. It's got to lubricate the CPU pins. You fucking twat. Don't tell these guys that. Because they'll fucking do it. They'll fucking do it. Right, okay, so now we're just looking at the cable connections, and let's get the PCIe and everything sorted. Right, okay. So in terms of the Molex connectors, probably not going to use any Molex at the minute, not until we see some of the connectors. Right, that one looks like a CPU. That's a GPU. Right, so that's one of our GPUs. Let's have a look at your GPUs. Right, so we've got a total of 4. Misa. Right, okay. So we are going to use the 3 there. So when you're thinking about the positions of your cables, just be aware of where the components are going to be. So the GPU's roughly going to be behind where my finger is, and as a result, cables probably going to go through the top grommet. But at the minute, I'm gonna stick them all through the bottom grommet for now. To see if we, in fact, no, I'm going to go through the top grommet, because 9 times out of 10, the power supply connections are on the top of the GPU, and just poke them all the way through. Just poke them all the way through for now, and we'll feed stuff back through the other way. We need another couple of those. Right, this one labeled CPU instead. So this one here is going to go all the way at the top of the motherboard case. So all the way up there through this slot, that's going to go towards the top of the motherboard. Because the 8-pin connector, it used to be a 4-pin, but as power's requirements changed, it's now become an 8-pin, and some of them have even become 16. So this is for the CPU. Let's get them in the CPU socket. The CPU uses the same connector on the back of the power supply. So let's just make sure that we're getting the right end. Which is this end. So there's 4 connections on this GPU, on this power supply. There's 4 connections for the PCIe and CPU. The bottom one, these top 2, they will be used for the graphics card. The bottom one, which is closest to that run to get to there, to get to that back corner, will be used for the CPU. So just be mindful of the positions of your cables. Be mindful of the position of your cables. Because what we can do now, we can make sure that we route this. This is going to go underneath these drive bays. And it's going to go through the grommet at the top. And just rest there. So that's him done. So now I don't have to worry about him. Right, okay. So next is a Type 4. So this Type 4, and if you have a look, a lot of people will guess what that is. That's the NVIDIA GPU plug. So we don't need to use that. 4090 uses a 12-pin. Yeah, it uses... Well, technically it's a 16-pin. Because you've got the double row of... You've got the double row of 6... And then you've got the additional pins in a data connector that's just on the other side. So it's actually got a few more. But yeah, you are generally correct. Right, we've got another CPU one, which technically we don't need. Right, we have got an... So we've got a solid-state drive one, a SATA. We are going to use one of these because the fans for the Lian Li are definitely going to connect into one. So we're going to put that in for now. Let's put that into the SATA patter. And I'm going to put that close to the top. So it's nice and clear out the way. And I'm just going to rest him there. Because we're not going to use him at the minute. Right, this looks like another PCIe. Perfect. So another PCIe cable. So let's get that in place. And that's going to be our last one, which is our big boy. Right, so this is the next. So interestingly, that one's going to come in Chuzar. So what they've got a single one that's splitting, and then by the looks of it, they've got just a single one with one single header on. So we'll just poke them all the way through for now. Let's worry about the cables once we've got the components in place. I don't like that. So a couple of things that I don't like because of my OCD-ness. I don't like to have cables going through the middle of others. So I like cables of the same type to be all together. And then we can lay things over the top to make them nice and tidy. I don't generally tend to fuck around with the cables and make them look unpretty. We've got another SATA one, but we're not going to use that. So for now, our SATA cable, the spare CPU cable that we're not going to use, the spare Molex. I don't think we're going to use the Molex. All of that can go back into the case or back into the box for the weight breaker. Hello, sir. How are you doing? How you doing? First time on the channel? Lunaja, how you doing? Yeah, we are cracking on. You right, Lil?
Maybe when you're like nearly done, if you could make me a hot chocolate.
I can make you a hot chocolate in a bit.
Thank you.
All right, sweet up. That's right. It's granddaughter just asking for a hot chocolate because I've got all the toys. So she likes quite a few of these hot chocolates that I've got upstairs. I don't have them that often. I probably have one once a week, but she is a growing teenager, and teenagers go through that time of their lives. Right, okay, so going back to... was it buffering? Mesa? Or was it buffering for you? Aren't most for us. I am the one incidence of eating thermal paste, one radiation accident away from becoming the supervillain. I'm surprised you're not a supervillain already, Rick, to be honest. Most of us 12. Hey guys, Jack Tarlad's joined. So Jack Tarlad joined us, Wokebreaker joined us. And I think it definitely was the first time Wokebreaker has joined us. Thank you very much indeed for joining, sir. Or madam. Obviously don't want to assume genders, and I can't see your image close. Because I'm too far fucking away and I'm blind. Right, let's get this into here. So the solid end is going to go into the motherboard. This is going to be for the power supply. Let's stick him in next. Make sure you dial him in all the way home, guys. Make sure you clunk click with all of this shit. For those people that weren't aware, a lot of 4090s were burning up, mainly because they hadn't been secured enough by the owners when building machines. So the 4090s started basically setting on fire. So the main motherboard is going to go up towards the top because he lives up here. So we just poke him all the way through for now. I leave him all the way through. Next, this is where we're looking at the cables. Right, this is a USB-C. Let me zoom in. Right, this little dinky fucker, shiny head dinky fucker. That's a USB-C connection for your motherboard headers. This one is a USB 3. I think that's a 3.1. That's a 3. And this one here is for audio. Now, I was trying to find I've got a PCI sound card, but can't find it. So for now, we are going to plug these into the motherboard. Let's get these all in place. All right, first one's cable. So the one for the audio, that's usually in the bottom left-hand corner of motherboards. So we're just poking through there. We have got one for the front panel. Okay, front panel. That's interesting that it's just straightforward like that. We'll have to have a gander and see what that one's doing in a minute. Your USB-C and your USB 3. I'm going to poke up through the center of the cable runs. So there's two metal cable runs here. Poke those up because they're usually halfway up the motherboard as well. In fact, let's have a look at the motherboard. Let's bring the motherboard across because we're going to need him in a second. And we'll have a look and see where the positions of them. Right, so front panel audio, bottom left-hand corner, as I thought. As that camera spun round again. Thought I had him the right way. I thought I rotated him round. So I apologise, guys. Let's rotate him round 180 degrees. That's better. I apologise there, guys. I'm surprised no one told me off for it. So the front panel audio, and I apologise it's not zooming in because it's shit. But you can just see it says audio bottom there. So there, this one here. So when we look at it at the side, that's the USB 3. And this one here is the USB-C connector for the header. So there's our connectors. We do have plenty of I/O, so certainly system fans, USBs, LEDs for demo boards. So if you've got thermal connectors, you can put them in. Same with some of these. These are your LED headers. If you want to expand some of your LEDs, be aware one of them's 5 volt, the other one is 12 volts. When you see one with 3 pins, oh, that's better. It's zoomed in this time. When you see one with 3 pins, which is this one here, missing the third pin along, that is the 5 volt one. Do not put the 12 volt ones in. Do not put the 5 volt ones in the 12 volt sockets because you're going to be in for a bad time, guys. So you don't want to do that. So we've got SPI, thermal connections, PCIe. We've got plenty of system fans. So let me have a look quickly at that power front panel because it doesn't actually say what's labeled on the front panel. So where's the instructions book? I just want to make sure that we don't have to have something fucking stupid connected. Where did that go? Golly gosh. Golly gosh. Oh, it's right next to me because I'm blind like a bloody tit. Right. Let's have a look. Let's have a look-see. Where you gone? Come back here, you. Fucking Jesus, I'm upside down now. Why are you spinning around like a freaking useless arsehole? Alright, spin you upside, right round, baby, right round. Rotate. There we go. Yeah, NASA, because I'm clever. Right. Let's see what that front panel freaking connector's doing. Because it did have me a concern. Because it's got no markers on it. Now, most motherboards are all designed the same way with their front panels. Now, some have different sizes versus some have... right, okay, so power reset. So definition, so pin number 1, so let's have a look. Front panel. Right, okay, so that's pin number 1 is power LED. 3, so it goes 1, 2, 1, 2, cool. So that means 9, which is the blank one. 8 is the reset. So these across the back of the reset. Yeah. Okay, so that should be fine. Should be fine because that's going to go in that away. Cool beans. Right, okay, so that should be fine. So it looks like Lian Li have obeyed at least some of the standards, because that's always useful to use the standards. Where's my freaking header gun? Where's the header gun? Bum, 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 bum. There you are. So I'm going to put you on now. Right, like I said, there is a header. Let's spin you round. Let's look at Tommy's ass. Rotate. Oh, come on, you bastard. Transform. Rotate 180. There we go. Then at least this way, everything's the right way. Right, so when we are pulling it, pushing it in, it's going to go down towards this end, which is good. Now, in fact, there's a metal bar straight down the middle, so I don't think we're going to be able to use this because there's a metal bar. Right, we're just going to push it straight into there. We're going to forgive the connector for now. Right, I'm going to put him right through the bottom, right into the corner, because that's usually where he's going to live. Cool beans. Right, let's put you there. Right, power supply is in. Connectors. Let's get the USB in the right slot. The USB is going that way. The other USB, smaller one, is actually going to come backwards a little bit. So I'm going to put him out the bottom socket. Now we're ready to flip them over. That's such a nice design. I like that. Such a nice design. Okay. Another thing we are going to start thinking of is our fans. Our fanage. Right, so one of these fans is going to go onto the back of the case. One of these fans is going to go onto the back. Let's zoom you up this way. There we go, 21 people watching. Thank you very much indeed. Right, Irvin the Coder. This ain't a simulator. Also, please tell me that at least on the motherboard box or on the anti-static surface. Irvin the Coder, believe it or not, I actually ground myself quite often. So I have a special way of grounding myself. I've been doing it for years, never blown up a PC. But your concern is definitely noted. I keep on spinning the camera around depending on which way I'm facing. So we're going to be using the Lian Li ones. So these all connect and they pass data and power through the connections these days. They're fucking amazing. If I had these when I was building my machine, I would have done that instead of putting all Corsair shit in there. So this is Greg's PC. And the reason why, obviously, I'd selected the PC building simulator over on Twitch and over onto Kick was simply because it was the only option that allowed me to actually save the recording. Emerald Goose, hello, how you doing? Emerald Goose. Tommy just turned into a bat hanging upside like Dracula. This is now an Australian stream. Yeah, so it should be. So it should be, because then I could say the C word. G'day, cunts. And say Muppets and say Sheilas and stuff like that. But Greg has gone for the Infinity Mirror fans. They're beautiful mirrors, beautiful fans. And he's also gone for the same for the AIO. So the AIO is all Lian Li. All Lian Li. So all of the fans are exactly the same. Blake 7. Holy shit. I haven't heard Blake 7 been mentioned in years. Let's take out all of the fans. So we'll deal with the fans in a minute. Tomby, I'm trying to set up blurps for my stream for Tuesday, and it's asking for a referral username. Can you send me your ID? 2 seconds, Matt. Yeah, of course I can. Let me go blurp. And let me go. Search. Come on, you dickhead. Right. Are you still going to be playing near, Tomby? Yes, I am. So what I'm starting to do is buy some time. Jack, I'm going to send it to you in Discord, mate. So I'm not going to switch. Where's Jack gone? There you are. It should be that, Jack. Got it. Count. Telelight should be that. That's my. So the one above is the channel name. The one below is my username. One below is my username. Cool beans. Cool beans. Right. Where was I? What was I saying? What was I talking about? Shit. Lost my train of thought. Lost my train of thoughts. Lost the train of thoughts. NASA need another 7 astronauts. Ooh. I don't think it's ever too soon for that, to be honest. But I like the joke. Actually, fuck it. It's only a joke. Doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't hurt anybody. So yes, we have got Lian Li's. We've got that. We've got our controller. So I'm just going to dump a few things. All the rubbish and shit, I'm just dumping straight back into the box because it just keeps everything tidy. Also going to stick the Western Digital box in there because you ain't going to need that again. Lian Li instructions. Let's get rid of that. You push that steel rod in the bottom, Tomby. You push it in real good there. No homo. It's going to look like Aurak from Blake 7. He's got a fan hub. Yes. Yes. Your Blurps ID. Yes. So he's got. So there's a couple of things. So here's all-in-one has got a connector as well. So he's got a connector with his all-in-one. He's got a connector with this one too. Now you can daisy chain the connectors when you don't have enough, and that's where the data cable comes in, when you don't have enough sockets on the actual box itself. So most of these boxes have got six connectors in. So we'll have a look. Are you still going to play near? Yes. Those fans don't need one. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. I'll show you in a minute. Right. So each one of these fans, so if you can see on here, there is 4 sockets. So this carries the power and data. Now this one here is a sync to another device. So when you've got multiples of these, you daisy chain them together. You press the sync to then... in fact, you don't press the sync. It's just a bloody connector, daft twat. You daisy chain the syncs from one to another. And then as the signal goes through, they all talk. Really good device. And magnetic. So it's about time people started realizing that, guess what? Fucking shit falls off. And we don't want to stick things permanently into our machines. So they're now starting to be magnetic. So just make sure that you've got your magnet. Make sure you stuck him down. So let's start prepping some of this stuff. That's one. Amazing stuff, this. Right, we're gonna get on to spinning the case over. So I'm just gonna move some stuff out of the way. An empty box, don't worry. Empty boxes, don't worry. Be happy. Clean up our workspace. Let's clean up the workspace. Right, okay, so that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Let's spin the case. Taking our time. There's no point rushing. These are to protect the glass. Make sure you keep them. Make sure you keep them, guys. Especially when you're doing some of this stuff. Make sure you keep them. Right, so now we've got to put some of the case back together again, because now we're going to look at installing the motherboard. And as you can see, there's no motherboard tray anymore. So we need to put that back in place. Let's get him down. Let's get him out. Let's get him out. Right, GPU. You can go there. So we are dropping this back into the case. Move the cables out of the way. Move the cables out the way. Yeah, there's a little lug. So Greg, just be aware that if you ever take this apart, there's a little lug. So when you slide this out, you have to kind of like tip it at an angle first, and then obviously make sure that you're securing that lug back into the groove before you drop it down and you push it back. Then we're going to lock off our motherboard tray. This fucking design is amazing. This really is amazing design. Right, okay, let me catch up on chat a little bit. Yes, there's just poke you there. So let's get the motherboard in, and everything else is going to start coming together. Get the motherboard in. Those fans, yes. This is addressable RGB hub thing. Yes. It's all so the commander, or the connector, should I say, is all going to use SATA, and so it always uses SATA. This one uses 2. That's interesting. So we'll have a look at the all-in-one in a second, just to make sure that's the same. I'm going to just move the cable for the fans to the right-hand side. Oh, to the left-hand side. Can't do my lefts and rights. Can he do my lefts and rights? I need those all together. Right, motherboard. Come hither. Like to take our time, guys. Like to take our time. We're not in any rush with any of this shit. Because if you're going to start rushing it, you're going to fucking fuck things up. So if you remember, I said that there is a securing lug in this one that's in the middle. Now, interestingly, it's not allowing me to allow the securing lug to come through. Ah, there he goes. There he goes. Right, so that securing lug has snapped in. This ain't moving, so I've got plenty of time now to go through, make sure that all of these get the screws in. So that's what we're going to do now. Let's get the box that came with the motherboard, which I put down beside me. So let's change the angle to be a little bit more flattering on me, because I'm a fat bastard and no one wants to really fucking see fatties walking around on screen. So when we're looking at our motherboards, shit, fucking dickhead. Right, I'm not sure you're going to be able to see the pitch on these screws very well. So some of them have a wider pitch than the others. What we want is the small screws that have got a small pitch. The big ones are not for the motherboard posts. If you try and do the other ones, what you're going to do is you're going to end up cross-threading the screws. And once you cross-threaded the screws, you're going to do one of two things. Either you're never going to be able to unscrew the fucker again. If you ever try and unscrew it, you'll probably end up unscrewing the post from the board. And then you're going to just end up with this very unfortunate situation where you physically can't remove the motherboard from the system. Now, always make sure you look for the ones with the tiny little fucking heads. They're the ones that we need. So, tiny head, tiny cock, they're the ones that we want. So, the first one, I'm going to put one in. Just make sure that goes into the securing lug. That secures everything else in place. Right, you ain't going to move now. Cool beans. Let's get another one. Get another one. Go as quickly as I can do. I don't have an automatic screwdriver, so I'm doing these manually. But, yes. The earth magnets mean business. Substitute rare earth hypermagnets and watch the fun. Roger, roger. This is so Greg can play Conan. This is so Greg can play anything and stream it. That's going to be the... That's going to be the difference. So Greg's not only going to be playing Conan, he's going to be streaming Conan as well. I think that's still the plan, isn't it, Greg? Are you... so for Greg, are you setting up a different channel name? Or are you just staying with Greg, or are you just changing that channel name on that one? Just let me know, mate. Especially if you're creating, obviously, a new channel, just shout it out what the channel name is, so that people can start signing up. In fact, you could probably start doing that now, couldn't you? Start creating the new channel. Make sure it's in place. What you can call yourself. That's the thing. Oh, Quake 3 or Unreal Tournament. And you're talking my language. I mean, there's some freaking good games back in our day. Back in our day. There's some fucking crazy games. They're amazing. Groundbreaking games. Christ, I remember when GoldenEye on Nintendo 64 came out and everyone just fucking fell over with the game. And it's still got such high regard. Yeah, I think a new channel name. Yeah. And the thing is, that's precisely what I did with mine. I separated out what was essentially the personal account from the Tombi account. Because the other thing as well is that you don't want to give everybody your names away. I know most people know my name anyway. I'm not going to keep it too secret, but I'm not going to blurt it out every chance I get. So there's that to think of. Plus, if you construct your... Fucking hell, these fucking really close to the side. If you construct your... channel with email addresses that don't directly link to yourself, you're just improving your security and things like that. Although I have 20 subs already and everyone knows me as Greg. Is there a Kadath? Have you checked if there's a Kadath? Because if not, just go and grab it now. Just go start sorting it out. Start sorting it out. I have 2 channels, but only use one. I've got 5. I'm greedy as fuck. So I've got my gaming channel, which I need to start actually putting content on. So I need to download all of the games that I've been playing. At the minute, I've kind of like played them, downloaded them, but I haven't uploaded them because 4K takes an absolute fucking age to upload and process. It's a fucking pain in the dick. But I need to stop being lazy. So the gaming channel is just going to have some load of more content. More content added. Right, okay, so we have got an 8-pin and a 4-pin. That's... So we might need to get a splitter. We might need to get a splitter. Oh. It's the other way around. Bum, bum, bum. Right, we'll deal with that one. Right, so what we've got up in this top corner is a 8-pin and a 4. Now, quite a lot of these boards will just run off the 8. Now, we don't know whether the power supply will actually definitely need the 4. But what I'll do is I'll order a splitter for the morning, just to make sure. So I'll have a break in a minute and make sure we have that. It should just run off the 8. Most of the time, the additional power is simply for the higher CPUs. Obviously, this one's not going to be drawing as much as a 7950. Take the opportunity to plug your power cables in now, guys, because once you start putting everything else in place, you ain't gonna fucking like it. You ain't gonna like it. Right, okay, so this bastard has to spin all the way around and go in this way. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break to go grab a cup of tea. And the other reason why I'm going to get a quick cup of tea, because I'm sure I've got some 90-degree angles for tidying up that connector. So I'm going to take a quick break. You should have 4 plus 4 if needed. I don't. There's definitely not one in the case. I didn't see one. But we'll have a look at that in a second, Jim. We'll have a look at that in a second. Hopefully there's one. I didn't recall seeing one. Got a 6-pin there. That's a 6-pin. And this is a CPU. Oh, actually, Jim, you're a legend. So it's believe it or not, it's an 8-pin with a split. So it's a 4x4. Jim, you're a legend. Thank you. So Jim just noted that. So what we'll do, we'll throw that in there now. So one of the connectors is going to hide behind the back. One of the connectors is going to hide behind the back because these just split. Come on, you bastard. Ow. Fingers. So which end do we need? We need square. Not that one. This one. So they're keyed for certain things anyway, so just make sure you're looking for the keys. All right, so we'll plug him into the power supply in a minute. I'm going to pop downstairs, get a fresh cup of tea, and Lily's hot chocolate. That's a good shout. So I'm going to do Lily's hot chocolate. So Lily's hot chocolate is up here, so what I'll do is I'll bring a cup up, run that for her. And then we'll carry on. So I'll tell you what, give me 5 minutes and I'll be back. Cheers, stream.
Have you ever had a dream that you had you could
I have returned with sustenance. Error 404 played some beats. I did actually hear that when I was downstairs and I was laughing to myself. Tam was wondering, what are you doing? And I'm like, just laughing at the child that just mumbles through life. Galadorn first online PvP I ever experienced was Myth 2, then later Counter-Strike. Yeah, Mr. Chair, Brimler, Hitler, perhaps. I hope Lily's feeling better today. Didn't catch the end of the stream yesterday. Yeah, so she's in bed at the minute. I've just made her some hot chocolate, so she's happy. No, Greg, I don't have any additional connectors. So it's one thing to look out for yourself at the right time. So what it is a right-angled, really clean right-angled connector for this. But what you can do is you have a right angle to take it to here, and then another right angle to take it down there, and then it's completely clean. It makes it really, really clean as a connector. And then you just click this into the back of the second right angle. So just get two right angles, and then just click one into the other, put it into the board, and then you can feed the power cable into the back of it. Job done, and it looks really, really clean. Right, anything else we need to do from this position at this point in time? Let's have a look at our power. So we're going to click in the power, spin you around, right round, baby, right round. Right, so power LED, so that's him going around in that direction, so that's him done. So that connection is going to come out, and we also want to spin in the audio, and your orientation is going to be this way. Nice. So nice orientation, easy peasy. Got the front panel in, got the power cable. This one's going to pull through, so don't worry about the cable. So what we'll do, we'll end up basically running him so he's nice and flat. See the doodah constantly zooming in. So he's going to go in like that, nice and flat, out of the way. Fan header, or the audio header, is going to basically be like so. Cool beans. Right, let's move on to the next. Let's move on to the next bit. Where's the additional bit of metal? Sure. Just looking for you. So this case can have the motherboard go across the bottom or go across the top, which is an ingenious design, as you can imagine. Which way are you going around? Which way are you going around? So that lug has got to fit into you down there. There we go. And then on the back of the case, I can stick you in. So I'm just securing the bits that I'd removed earlier. So just up the back here, this loose panel, I'm just sticking in the screws that I removed earlier. That's another one. And there's another one up the top. Cool beans. Let's just put that there for now until we need to put the case back together. Right, okay, next. Let's think about the fans. So we could stick the graphics card in, get the graphics card in place. We could also run the SATA cables as well. Where did I put the SATA cables? Meeny, meeny, miny, mo. SATA cables. Where did you go? Right, there you are. So this is the other thing. Right, okay. T-brake, yes. Similarly, satisfaction growing. She may look innocent now, but all women harbour that evil seed waiting to bloom. Bitter, a tad, maybe. Hairdryer could help make the bend nicer, but that's up to the builder and the owner. Yeah, I prefer... yeah, you can certainly use a hot air gun to make the plastic more pliable, then bend it round. Once the plastic then starts setting, it will fix in place. Now, I prefer to go down the plastic connectors route because then you don't have to worry about any of that and it's nice and secure. Now, both of these, so you'll see that one's got a dick on it, and the other one hasn't. And in terms of numbering, can't see the number order on the board for which one is SATA connection number 1. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. Where is the... Get rid of that rubbish. Gigabyte installation. Sleeves are way safer. Yes, they are. Yeah, they are. So I just want to have a look at the motherboard. That's the... That makes no sense whatsoever. It's about as much sense as a fish with tits. Lazy, lazy, lazy. Right, anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick the SATAs in to the bottom connectors. And then what we'll do, we'll just feed them round. So obviously you're not going to have any drives connected for now. But I'll tell you the other thing I'm going to do. Stand by. Just going to go for one more quick break. Just going to go get a printer. Be right back. Cool. Right. So what we're going to do, let's turn you on. Let's turn you on. Right. We are going to make sure Bluetooth is on. Yes. Bluetooth is turned on. Then we're going to open our Nimbot. Messer, it's 2024. You have to explain how the male and female connectors work, Tomby. Some people seem to be confused these days. Yes. Yes, you're not wrong. I agree. So let's go skip. Connect. Allow. Cool beans. Okay, so we are going to edit. Double click to edit. We are going to say top. Let's do it all caps. Top SSD socket. And we're going to move him across over to there. Align. Let's make him in the center. And let's put him in the left-hand side. Center. No, we want him over there. Center. Cool beans. What else? Mirroring. Yes. Mirroring. Then we can come out of that. Oh, no, don't want that. Content. Done. They've changed the freaking... Fucking changed the bloody doodah. Right, let's get rid of that. Then print. Print. And then we are going to double click. So we're going to go back into this one. And we're going to edit that to be bottom SSD. Bottom SSD socket. Let's do it and enter. Alignment. Center. Wrong one. And then we're going to drop that down. We're going to print. And we're going to print that as well. I'm back and about to walk a treadmill. Theoretically, this should keep me sane. Hail, Tracy Reeves. At the minute, I'm just printing out labels. So these labels, one's going to go on the connector that I'm going to use. So this end. So when they're around the back of the computer, you don't really want to try and chase it through. So I like to put labels onto things. You can chop them off later if you so wish. But I like to put labels on. Just that you know which one's which. So this one's going to go bottom socket. Which is... oh, you fucking dick. I'll put it on the wrong end. So let's print out another one of those. Fucking Muppet. Fucking Muppet. Print. Ba, 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 da, ba. Hey ho. Yeah, you want to make sure you get them on the right ends as well. One of the solid state drive connectors is right angled, and the right angled one obviously doesn't go in the motherboard, it goes onto the actual device itself. So just be aware of that. I think I'm going to go watch Old Boy. There's something I haven't watched in a while. So this right angled one goes into the back of the SATA connector, so just make sure you're putting him there, not where I just did. But the other end is plain. So this is going to go into the bottom. Going to go into bottom. Thread him through. Now let's get the other one. Let's get label. This man is saving you a bunch of work in the future, Greg. If you're going to do something, do it right. Do it right first time. That's the idea. Do it right first time. Right. You can then go around the back as well. And what we'll do, we'll tidy up these cables in a second once we get around there. That's two solid state drive cables in place. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. What we can think about is, let's install some fans. Let's do some fanage. Right, so the side, this is where the AIO is going to go. And let's open up the AIO. Yeah. What? Have a look at the AIO. Nice big cable on it, which is good. Like to see, like to see. Like to see, like to see. Oh, whatever that was, that's fucking sharp. Oh, well that's a lot easier. That's a lot easier. Came installed with the doodles installed already. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So the Lian Li all-in-one infinity mirror. So that there, just basically infinity mirror all away. A couple of things to make sure that you do with all-in-ones is make sure the orientation of this shit is the right way. Let's undo all of the cables. Let's undo the cables first. Yes. Yeah, I've complete faith in Tomby, Greg says. Sorry, I have to type out the names and it's annoying. Do you know what? That's the most annoying thing with Android and certainly the mobile app. It doesn't auto complete the names. It's infuriating, especially if you're modding on a channel. It fucking does my tits in. Absolutely does my fucking tits in. You just sat there and you're typing names. Especially if someone's got an absolute massive fucking name like Jens Anderson of the Towery. Now, obviously, we all love Jens, but fuck me, get a fucking shorter name next time, you bastard. Get a shorter name next time, you bastard. Alright, let's thread you downtown. Right, so he's going to live down there. Right, there's a couple of things we're going to do as well. Let's grab the other power supply cables for GPUs. Let's also do the USB-C front header. Now, it doesn't matter which way you go around with this one. Just make sure that it goes into the socket nice and cleanly. There we go. Clips in. Lovely. Alright, put a bend in there, so that's good. Right, so please remove before insert. So just be aware there is a piece of plastic, and this is a thing that a lot of people do forget. There is a piece of plastic that exists on the copper heat shield that you've got to remove before you install it. So make sure you do that, guys, because you're going to have a fucking bad day. You're going to be wondering, why is my PC so hot? Why is my PC so hot? The other thing I've also seen is the header's wrong. Right, let's look in the box for the AMD connectors, because they are, this one here, I can tell because of the cross, that's designed for Intel, tell a lie, sorry. So what we need is the AMD ones. Now the AMDs are usually sprung loaded. So if you have a look at the CPU coolers, there's one lug on this side, one lug on the other side. 9 times out of 10, they use those. So it's a case of, oh, that's nice. It comes with thermal paste as well. We're not going to use this shit, but it comes with thermal paste. It's the first time I've seen a CPU cooler coming with thermal paste. Right, okay, let's have a look. Ooh. Oh, don't tell me. Oh, you fucking prick. There it is. I'm looking in the box and thinking, oh, it's going to tell me that I need to change the header. Nah. Do that. Lucky enough. This is the one we want. This is the one we want. And we'll attack the CPU cooler in a second. Right, okay, so this is the one we want. These lugs basically secure. One on this side goes underneath and lifts against. That goes on this side, underneath lifts against. You screw these posts down and it all tightens up. Now, obviously, we need to put this onto the header. Now, looking at this, it's just a case of these push away like that. And it's just slotting. Perfect. Perfect, he says. Right, let's have a look at the orientation as well. Let's have a look at our orientation. So, Mr. Lian Li is going to go around that way. Doodah's coming in there. So, this is going to slot in this way. And then that's going to slot on there, and everything's going to be diddly pokey. So, before we stick anything on there, I'm going to just flip the CPU case up slightly. I'm going to also put some screws. I'm going to put some screws in that so that it doesn't fall over when we start installing it. The plastic aids heat transfer. Yes, it does. Just the problem is it aids heat transfer back into the device, which is kind of like what we don't want. So, okay, so I'm going to orientate him, kind of spinning around all the way. There you go, you bastard. Let's move my printer. These are really fucking handy, these printers, by the way. Thermal printers, you can pick them up for about anywhere between 50 and 100 quid. Connect to your mobile phone, print off cables, making everything nice and completely tidy and professional. The last thing you want is things to look like shit. Yeah, just take the effort, or take the time to make things look pretty, and you'll be on to a winner in no time. Okay. So let me grab the data cable. So the data cable is going to go underneath the CPU cooler. That's going to come into the back of the PC case. Make sure I get him through the right fucking hole. Can't get it in the right hole, Rick. I can't get him in the right hole. And XNX says hi over on Kick. How you doing, mate? How you doing? We're not technically playing games right now. I'm going to change the camera angle in a second. We're not technically playing games. We're actually playing PC Builder in real life. So I'm currently building a PC. So I'll put it underneath the gaming, underneath the gaming header for the tags. But technically, this is a proper full build. So just, yeah. Thank you very much indeed for joining. How you doing? How you doing? You build nice PC, bro. Thank you very much indeed. Certainly, I build nice PCs when people purchase decent quality materials. This one is for... so if you were to go across to YouTube, Cooler Master, interesting case choice. Yes, the O11 Vision. So I've got, for my own personal rig, I've got the O11 Dynamic. Which is a absolutely lovely case. I've got the Razor edition. So DeBauer and O11, Lian Li did some collab. And the end result was a lovely PC case. I'm just going to stick a screw in the back of the cooler temporarily, stop it flapping around. You ain't going to work. You ain't going to work. One of you will. That'll work for now. So I just want to stick a screw in, stop it from falling out. There we go. So yeah, so if you were on YouTube, guys, so those that have just joined us on Kick, one of the members over on YouTube, so chap, so that's Greg, it's Kadaf, it's actually all of his components. So he asked me to build him the PC. He's currently away. And so I decided to build a PC and do it live on stream so we can watch progress. And I thought that's a fucking bob-on idea. So thank you very much indeed for joining us, guys. Hope you're having a good day, wherever you are. Wherever you are and whatever you're doing. How's your Saturday treating you? The Cooler Master here is... the Cooler Master is here. What? Yeah, Cooler Master. Cooler Master. That's who's above. Right, okay, so we're just going to get... the screws for the cooler. Greg, how you doing? Do you have a case of Cooler Master? No, so this is the Lian Li. So it's a different manufacturer. Lian Li does cases just like Cooler Master does. But Cooler Master obviously is someone talking in chat right now. Now, I very much doubt it's the Cooler Master of... computer parts. It's probably someone with the same name, but if it is the Cooler Master, welcome to the stream. Of course, welcome to the stream. I'm sure you're going to enjoy what you're watching right now. So I'm just going to lift the cooler as high as I can do. So what I try and do is just lift it as high as I can do when I'm adding it to the case. I'm going to put the screws in the box. And then we're going to replace that lug nut that I put in just to secure the CPU. So all of the fans in this case, so the fans are going to be Lian Li, the case is Lian Li, the all-in-one cooler is Lian Li. So Greg's thought about his build and certainly bought components that will be all linked and certainly aesthetically pleasing to the eyes. Once all of the all-in-ones are all dancing and all the lights are all synced up, you're certainly going to have a very pretty PC. So hopefully, not too long, we'll get the power onto this machine. So I'm just going to do the fans, get the fans connected. Once the fans are connected, the first thing you want to do before you start tidying up your cables, guys, do not go cable tying and then turn the PC on to find it doesn't work. Just get it built, apply power, make sure it turns on, do your full install of Windows and everything, Make sure everything's tickety-boo for half an hour. Play some games, whatever you need to do, and then think about cable management and cable tying. So many times I see people build a computer only to have to then take it apart. Do you sell the computer? No, I don't. I don't actually sell computers at all. I don't really have anything to do in that industry. I'm just an absolute egghead nerd. I've been building PCs for probably the last 30 years, so I've got plenty of experience. But I build PCs for my friends. So they buy the components, they then ask me to build it. I will then bring everything together, make it, and so that's why you end up with decent builds. Sorry for the printer turning itself off. Right, okay, so that's in place now. The other thing as well, let's spin him round, put him face down. Let's move the camera cable's caught. Apologies for that. Right, okay. Back to the case. So let's flip this over. So let's start just pulling some of these cables through, just so that they're in the back, ready to go. So these are our SATA cables. They will just be poked up out of the way and tied back, Greg, but at least now they've got the labels on. You can Matt Damon! Matt Damon! You're right, Smoother DJ. How you doing, my dude? How you doing? I can buy. My PC is a little broke. Oh no, that's not good, my friend. Certainly I can steer you in some right directions if you need assistance diagnosing things. But certainly this PC is one of the members. So one of the Tomby members, it's his PC. It's his pride and joy, what he's been looking forward to for quite some time. So I'm also going to run the other CPU cable that we had popped through. So I'm going to run that now. It's going to go underneath the hard drive storage. Let's have a look. He's going to go into this top socket just here. Hither. Alright, so he's going to go there. So that gives us power to the CPUs. Some of these cables we're going to make sure we tidy them up properly, but there's so much space here, Greg, in terms of I can literally get my whole fist in the back of it. I can fist your cable. I can fist your cables into the back. Right, Smoothie DJ, have to hit the hay, folks. See you all tomorrow. Apologies, Smooth. Obviously, we were going to play some games, but you take care of yourself. Give me a shout tomorrow when you're free, and then we'll go on from there, my dude. Smooth Damon. Smooth Damon. Oh, yes. Right, okay, so let's just poke you there. So that's then linked. That's all tickety-boo. So our Lian Li's. So our controllers. Where's the... So if we have a look in the CPU cooler. So the CPU cooler is going to be pretty much exactly the same. Wee, come you tits. Where did you go? Rocket magnets. Oh, okay. So CPU cooler is going to be pretty much exactly the same. So if you remember with the fans had two, and they were all massive connectors. So if you have a look at these, the ones where they've got sync, what we're going to do is we're going to use sync number 1, which is the 3-pin. That's going to go to the other device. That's going to allow them to then sync their colors. Now this one also has some USB-C, which plugs into the PC, and this is where you get all your sensors and your controls from. But what we will do, we will install the magnets on these, ready to go. And what I'm also thinking of, Gregory, is that these probably will just stick on the back of the case around about here. And then that way they're completely tidy. The cables will go up and down the case rather than in and out. So ultimately it will be nice and tidy. These two, for example, these two, if you have a look at the way the design is, there is a couple of slots. These come through the back. So both of these come through the back. Whee! Come on, Bob. Sort your fingers out. Remember chat, never go full Matt Damon. Yes, nice. Yeah. So these two cables come through. One of them is obviously going to be power. One of them's obviously going to be fan controls. And it's going to be fairly obvious which one goes in where, he says. Right. So that is for... I would say these are going to go into... The first one's going to be that one. Oh, no. We want number 1 to be the AIO. So what we're going to do, Greg, we're going to go... Number 1 is going to be AIO. Number 2 is going to be the channel for the other fan controller. So number 1 and number 1 fans, which is you there. That's him connected. He is done. He needs a SATA power connector, and all of our SATA cables are here. So we'll deal with him in a second. But before we go too far, we're going to get the other connector, which is the one we were talking about. We're going to unclip this mofo. Unclip this mofo. And same again, we've got our SATA connectors. They are going to sit over to the back. And let's get our data cable for this one, which is eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catcher. Where is the data cable gone? Did I knock him down? Oh. Right, so that's the power cable for the Lian Li, so we need him as well anyway. So let me get that. Let me get that. So USB into there. That's going to poke through the bottom of the box, and that connects into one of the raw headers. So probably he's going to come down this way. He's going to be about there. Now, he slides around because of the magnet at the minute, and that's because obviously we need to stick him down. But I'm not going to stick him down just yet until we've got everything obviously powered up and tested, because I don't want to kind of like to unplug anything. I don't want to have to unmount anything once everything's in. I'm just going to tidy up a little bit here. Right, so that's the motherboard box back together and out the way. GPU, obviously GPU, we're going to sort the GPU out in a second. That's going to be one of the next things once our fans are all in place. Do the GPU before you do any fans. Do the fans before you do any GPUs. Because the GPU is a big bastard, and the last thing you need to do is fuck around with moving the GPU around, or having to pull the GPU out all the time, because you need to reinstall things. So I'm just putting things around. Right, okay. The other thing I'm looking at is these. So in the box, I think these are for light dispersion on the fan headers, on the fans themselves. So we'll have a look and see if we are going to need to put those in place. Certainly there's some caps for diffusion. So this will probably be for the CPU. But there's a few other things you can do with your configuration, Greg. So that's the other thing that we need is the data cable. Cool beans. I need the data cable. I don't think there's any other cables in there that I need. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. There's another one. Just make sure we get all of our data cables out, guys. Sound advice plus GPU brace. Yes. I'm going to put the GPU brace in once we get to the GPU, Jim. Definitely going to put that in place. That's the cap for the AIO. Yes. There are caps for the AIO. They're caps for... so the big diffuser, I think, is for the AIO. The other one, you've got two more. You've got silver and another one which is smaller. I think they're going to be for one of the fans or something. That's when you get to that position, we can worry about it. So at the minute, I'm just putting the rest of the cables in. So looking at this, so what you can do depends on if you needed. So do you know? Remember, I said that you've got a header, a 5-volt header on your motherboard. So what you can, oh fuck my life, where are you going? So if you wanted to use CPU, so motherboard software to control your lights, you can do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug it into the box, but I'm not going to connect it to the CPU. I'm not going to connect it to the must be on the. What is you plugging in then? Must be on the AIO itself. It's a little bit strange because that doesn't actually fit. So there's a 6-pin. There's a 6-pin connector. Oh fuck me! I don't know how to drive this freaking camera right. That way. There's a 6-pin connector there. But it's actually a 4-pin connector on the cooler. There's not actually a 6-pin connector there at all, so it's a little bit strange to add. Unless that's come in from a different device. I can't see it somehow. Anyway, these are the ones that are important to us. These are the ones that are important to us. Alright, okay, so we've got some connectors. So 3 connectors for the data syncing by the look of it. And looking at this, these are just data syncing to other LED strips. So if you want to add other addressable ARGB strips, Greg, you've got the connectors there. They're going to go back into the CPU. They're going to go back into the AIO case. Now, this is the 6-pin or the 4-pin that I was talking about, is this one. That can go onto the motherboard as well if you want to sync up with the motherboard. So you get fan control and a header. I'm going to leave that off for now. Getting a fan set before the GPU is excellent advice. The CPU will put out a signal, I believe. So if you get booted up, you can get into the root menu without the GPU if troubleshooting is necessary. 100%. Right, okay, so this is the only other one. So I think that one was for this one up here. Come on, where are you going? He's actually fallen off the back there, so that's a really good design. So let's squidge him on. And he's the other one. So we need 2 USB headers fairly close by. So these are both going to go probably quite low into that gap there. These are going to flip over anyway, so that's no problem. So now we're going to flip the PC back over the other way. So let's move the camera up. I'm going to take a slurp of my cup of tea in a minute. Tommy made a felt ripper. Make lots of things, mate. I need to get my 3D printer back up and running. So I need to get my 3D printer back up and running. Certainly missing the 3D printing. Certainly missing the 3D printing. Don't get enough time to do it anymore. Anymore. Right, okay, so now we're at the point in time we are going to install the all-in-one. So, cables wise, so quite a lot of the time, just make sure that, yeah, because this spins out and you can obviously change it to a diffused head. Just be aware of that. So when you're installing this, make sure that these cables are actually quite nice and free. They're not taut, they're not bent, anything like that. We are going to use thermal paste, and I'm going to use yarn wedge. Hiya, Yanni. we are going to use some Thermal Grizzly thermal compound. It's much better than most of the brands, and hopefully I've got enough left. So, no, it's dead. Okay, let's go to the backup. Well, I've got quite a few thermal compounds. I've got more expensive thermal compounds. You can get good thermal compounds, cheap thermal compounds. You can get shit thermal compounds. Cryofuse is a very good thermal compound. And the other one is Thermal Right's TF8s. They use better grade materials in them. And what I'll do is I'll splodge some paste on, and afterwards I'll show you why I splodge the paste in the way I do it. And a lot of times people go fucking overboard with paste. Well, there's not a lot in there. People go massively overboard with paste. I never know why. You don't need to go completely balls deep with it. But Yarmwich, how you doing? You gonna need a credit card? Nah. You don't need to spread it. You don't need to spread it. If you've done your job properly, which we should have, you don't need to spread any of your thermal compound because the pressure from the screwing down does that job for you. I have never, ever, ever, ever had to worry about screwing down anything. So when I'm doing thermal paste, I will put a big blob in the center, and then I put little blobs in a pattern of 9 around the outside, or a pattern of 8 around the outside. Once you've done that, you can screw down your cooler. There is enough, as I said, there's enough pressure there. Why is you spinning around like a fucking idiot? There's enough pressure applied by the cooler to make sure that is completely flat. There's no need to... let's run these cables as well. Almost forgot to undo these. Fuck my life. Fuck me. Fuck me. Sideways. Right. What have we got? We have got USB. So what was that? So that's a 6-pin there. So you are a 6-pin. Ah, right. Okay. I'm going to add him in now for you. So this 6-pin that's in the side of the Lian Li, that's just so that you can essentially override the Lian Li with the controller from the motherboard. Now, I don't think this one's got lights enabled onto it, but I'll plug it in for now and we'll run it round the back. The rest of the cables are USB and one fan header. That's going to go into the CPU controller. So what I'm going to do is we're going to make sure it's underneath the lug on this side. We're going to make sure it's underneath the lug on the far side. Come on, you bastard. All right, just going to move the mic out of the way. That's the pressure on there. I'm just going to get my phone so I can find some light on it. Let's get some thorn. How you doing, Yanni? What you been up to, my friend? We're still going. Obviously, this is hour number 3. But I like to just make sure I'm taking my time. Ooh, I'm just taking my time over it, guys. Just taking my time. So 16 people currently watching. Okay, that lug is fully on. That one isn't fully on. Minutes. There you are. You're fully on now. And that was fully on. Believe you me, there's going to be enough pressure on this thing. When you've tightened it up, there's going to be enough pressure on it that you don't need to spread it. Looks a bit like a jam jar lid. You're not wrong, you're not wrong. But once it's powered up, you'll soon appreciate the beautifulness that it is. Chat, everyone, give out beloved Yarnwich applause and thumbs up for a business getting a major boost yesterday. Come on, folks, give it up to her. Yes, please, round of applause for Yarnwich. Round of applause for Yarnwich. Let's have all of the Matt Damons for Yarnwich, please. That's not Matt Damon's as in Yarnwich is a bit of a spaz. That's a Yarnwich, you are amazing. Let's do something awesome. Matt Damon. So, for those that don't know, I'm going to leave that on for now. So, for those that don't know, 3 hours doesn't feel like it. It's because we've been talking. Let's face it, whenever you're talking about any of this stuff, time does just fly by. So, I'm going to thread this through into the gaps where people can't see these things. Let's poke him through the gap there. Let's make sure you're hidden. So a lot of the fins on this. So when you've got cables that you're trying to hide, I make use of obviously things like the fact that there's splits in the cooling of the VRMs. So I've tucked that cable into the slot and run it just up back there. It makes it minimum amount that's visible. Just try and use the computer to do whatever you need it to do in terms of hiding shit. Right, okay. Let's have a look at some of these USBs next. Right, we've got a USB. So we've got one USB, two USB. And as far as I know, we don't have any other USBs to plug in right now. Now, if you come to need more USBs, what you're going to have to get is USB splitters for these headers. Now, you can get them. I use them. So I use a Corsair USB splitter. Don't get the cheap and nasty ones. Cheap and nasty ones are more likely to fuck your PC up. So if you need... And the annoyance here. Right, have a look at this shit. Right. These headers support 2 USB connections. There is one USB connection there, one USB connection there. There's 2 USB connections that are completely wasted. Now, if I had a pin thin enough, I would unpin these and put them into this socket as well and put all of them into one. So now you can see how, because the OEMs, the manufacturers, don't think ahead. They shouldn't have put the pins into these. They should allow you to do it. They should allow you to do it. And one side's wasted. Yeah, Steve, 100%. What is this PC build for, Dante? So, Greg Phillips. Greg, who's in chat, he asked me to build him a gaming PC while he was away in the States. So we worked out the components. We've put them all together, and yeah, we're just running through and putting everything together now, Matt. So this is Kadafs, that's Greg. Greg joins us quite often in Party Animals. He's on Mr. Porkchop's channels almost all the time. He's a good egg. And I thought, do you know what? Seeing as I can give him the time, why not? Let's build him something. But permanent modifications are probably not good. The thing is that the Lian Li controllers, you can just disconnect the other end because it's just a standard USB, micro USB to USB header. So you could probably just disconnect it and just replace the cable. Without any problems, Steve. So it depends on which way you want to look at it. But yeah, I mean, certainly permanent modifications is definitely not what you want to be choosing. Right, so these cables, these ones, what I generally tend to do, so one of them is going to be a CPU controller header, fan header, and he's normally up the top. So let's have a quick Let's have a quick I Spy. I can't do it with the freaking camera. Well, that's kind of gear. So let's spin you up. CPU fan is the white one. Should have kind of guessed, really. CPU fan is the white one. Should have guessed. Right, so what's going to happen with this is I'm going to run him up the side of the RAM. This cable, run him up the side of the RAM. I'm then going to poke him underneath the motherboard because there's no point going all the way back out here. I'm going to poke him underneath the motherboard. There is void space there. You may as well use it if you can do. And once he's in the void space, I'm then going to come back out from the back of the motherboard and stick him in the hole. Stick him in the hole. Part picker. Yes. List of parts. List of parts. So that's there. Let's stick that there. Then move him across. And him there. You need to use an implement to migrate him down. Make sure he's out of the way. There you go. And that is a very tidy way of dealing with that. Obviously, when you come to put additional RAM in, you've got to make sure that obviously that cable sits in the right place, and you just move him across slightly. So before you put any more RAM in, that cable just needs to move across one slot. But that cable's in. That cable's in, and that cable's tidy, my dude. What I'm going to do is also fold that CPU cable a little bit better. So that's a little bit tidier. Cool beans. Right, okay, so our AIO is in place. The power and the data are next. Power and data. Wow, that looks like a USB. Right, now here comes the issue. Right, we've got another USB. So now we need to make sure we've got another USB free. So let's have a look see. Let's have a look see. So we haven't got anywhere any other USB sockets. We haven't got any other USB sockets. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly order something for tomorrow's delivery. What time is it? 22. Mind you saying that. That's fine. We've got time. I'm going to stick the power on 100% because the power is going to be for the fan. And the main thing that this is for, or that cable is for, is just for control over the lights or the data from, say, Lian Li's controller. So I'm not overly too concerned over it at the minute. But we will get a USB splitter, Greg. So I use a Corsair USB splitter. It's reliable. So let's just quickly look at that in a minute. Just gonna grab my cup of tea. So I need a cup of tea. Let's spin me right round, baby, upside down. Let's have a cup of tea. Let's spin you round. Transform. Rotate 180. Yeah, so a cup of tea time, guys. Cup of tea. Fucking Jesus. Yeah, wonder if they made anything to defend against the USB killer devices. Nope. There's no protection against them, Rick. Steve. You can't protect against them. There's nothing they can do. You can't even put a surge protector in there because it doesn't act fast enough. Not on a PC. Bigger electronics you could probably survive, but it just doesn't snap off quick enough on these. Rick, Tomby, if you game tonight, do a party animal stream and Yarmwich can join in. Nice. How you doing? Doing well. Decided to take the day off and here watching stream knitting, playing party animals. How about you? Yeah, so Steve, what I've got, so for mine, I've got plastic inserts or rubber inserts that I put into the USB slots headphone slots, any spare slots, I just plug them up, and then that way it covers it off. That way it covers it off. That's where it covers it off. Tea break. Yes, we've got to have our tea break. So I'm currently drinking out my Charmouth mug. Charmouth. So I go to Charmouth probably twice a year. Take Tam, take the dog. Why would you need protection when you are the only one using it? Yes, this is correct. I think it was more a generalized question for business, enterprise, industry, anywhere where there's data connections. So a good thing is trains. So obviously my background is in trains, background is in the armed forces. A lot of these have computers, networking systems, even computer connections into the equipment itself. So can you imagine just dropping a USB killer into a Jenny control module, and it just zaps the control module and just fucks it? What about code blocker to prevent GPU surge fail? Bing's Gym, move to PC to play pals while my son plays Roblox. Too many destructive clowns around? Yeah, there are. And a lot of the time, it's not even for anything coercive. It's just people just want to destroy shit for the sake of it. They just want to destroy shit. Beep, 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 beep. Actually, I think we can just put the GPU in shortly. Yes, we can put the GPU in shortly. So I'll get the rest of the fans installed. So what's going to happen in the minute is fan controller. Let's have a look. So we have got our fans. Where are they? There they are. So these fans are fucking amazing because they lock together. They're fucking genius. So this whole design of locking the fans together was such a smart move. So basically, click. Yes. So basically, you get the prong. So instead of having individual cables these days, one's got vagina pads. Let's call them vagina pads. One's got dick posts, and they basically just slot together like. Get it in the hole. Slot together like that. Now they're mating. Now they're having babies. And then the data and the power transfers automatically from one to the other. So you don't have to have a massive amount of cables. So we're going to do 3 of these. We're going to do 3 of these. And yes, we will go round and take the plastic off before we go too far. And these ones are going to go down the bottom. So that's the ones that we're going to do next. Get them installed. That's kind of cool. Reduces cable waste. Yeah, mate. Steve, it's fucking amazing. And the other thing as well is there's going to be a fan on the back. And that's going to use a connector that just clips on there. So they're all going to talk together. So the other thing that's important is understanding the directions of the fans. So if we have a look, usually there's an arrow to indicate which direction the fans are going. But typically I can't fucking see it. Well, that's fucking gear. Now, normally, it's going to be the direction. So, fans direction is going to be which way? Is it going to be that way? Can't remember off the top of my head. Fuckity fuck. Right, fan orientation. Lian Li. Let's have a look-see. Let's have a look. I use liquid cooling for my PC, cold as ice, and less dusty like regular fans, but potentially hazardous. Well, I mean, the thing is, they've got a lot better. The connections got a lot better. The chances of having a rupture are slim to nil. The only thing with complete water cooling is the fact that eventually the material or the liquid is going to fur everything up on the inside. So you're just going to have to drain it and clean it out and then replace it. That's when the risk comes into it, because not everyone's competent enough to do that kind of work. Rick, how dare you assume those fans' gender? Yes. It's okay, we know the direction of the blow, R side down. So that can... I don't think I need anything there. So I'm going to look at... I'm sure... I used to have a USB connector that used to be able to plug on a fan. So we're just going to go to Lian Li SL Infinity Fan Blow direction. And I'm almost certain it's going to be the guard. Which direction does airflow in the uni fans? Continue. It goes... You fucking dick. Typically, the side that spins, usually the one with the logo, is where the air will flow through. This is standard for most fans. Yes. Which is what we've got. So, at the end of the day, we'll fucking plug them in and we'll go from there. Right, so we also need to feed these back. Right, so on the daisy chain... So this is one of the cable connections. So this is going to go to one of the fan headers. And the other one is going to go to the fan that's at the back of the case. So we're going to look for that now. So this one is definitely going back there. So let's have a look and see what the other ones are. So that's... I need the one that's going from one to another. One to another. So what I'm gonna have to do, yes, okay, cool. Okay, so we haven't got a cable that connects from one to its other. That's an extension. That's just an extension, that's fine. That's fine. Right, so what we'll do, instead of going from there, we'll just put an additional cable in, which we're gonna do anyway. It's fine to do, don't worry. Right, which one has the Tom, Dick and Harry? Right. Right, you're in. So, I'm pretty sure that the fans are going to blow that way. So that's down. That way is the way that we want it. So on these clips, what you can do is, if I can get the fucking clip off, you can slide this clip off, lift it up, spin the cable over, fuck me, sideways, let's have the camera poking in the right direction. Right, so what I'd had is this clip was like so. Of course, I want the clip coming this way, so slide the clip off, push the cable over the other way, and put the clip on in reverse. Genius. And then this goes down the bottom, facing outwards. So before we do that, we are going to slurp the rest of our cup of tea. And you have to put up with my belly shots. My apologies. I need to go on a diet. So the daughter's getting married this year. Ugh. So the wife and the daughter were both looking at dresses all today. That's the main reason they come down. So they were looking at dresses all day, going around and looking at fittings. So yeah, I need to go on a diet because I'm a fat bastard. I'm too bloody fat, too heavy, Right, you go that way. So guard. So we're saying that pushes out that way. So that should be the right way round. Obviously, we'll test the orientation. It's awkward because you only get 3 sides to attach the fans in the Vision case. Yes. Admittedly, I use a stock fan for my AMD Ryzen's 5600X. Probably should be shamed, but the fan does wonders. 5600 is not a hungry hippo when it comes to power. The Wraith cooler is more than good enough for it, mate. You don't need an AIO for it. You don't need AIO, buddy. You've got more than enough cooling capacity. So when you're looking at cooling, there is a fuck my life. Get down there. Alright, so I'm just going to open up a packet of screws. When you're looking at cooling, there is a thermal dissipation number that you need to look at in terms of understanding what cooler you want. Is there an extra slot for backup? For backup for what, Dante? Backup for what, my friend? So the thermal capacity that the cooler can dissipate, there is a number that each. Let's get the big screwdriver because this is going to take a little bit more effort. So when you're installing the fan, you physically need to cut into the plastic when you are installing it. So you use a bigger screwdriver. Put a couple of turns on him. As soon as you've got a couple of turns, he's free to maneuver. Have a look at the guidelines. So what I tend to do is put them in positions where they're not going to slide around, but you want to also put them in positions where they're going to be best seen. So just have a look at your positions. Just make sure that the it aligns with kind of like best position to be seen, because you want it to look fucking pretty. At the end of the day, you're spending a lot of money on these things. Don't over tighten these as well. You don't need to go nuts and over tighten them. Just get them installed. You know when you've got tight enough. And most of these fans have got rubber bottoms, so you don't have to go to the nuts. Just go to the point where it's just tight in your hands. Oh yeah, ladies. Get it throbbing and tight in your hands. You don't need to go balls deep with it, because you're just squishing the rubber too much, and the rubber's there to act as kind of like damper. Tommy, I've seen thinner fire plugs. Is there an extra slot for backup? The biggest plugs for bonus? Yep. Fans, solid state RAM, etc. Yes. Yep. So let's get these fans in. The other fans we didn't have to worry about because they were already mounted into the AIO. That's why those AIOs are fucking amazing. That saved an absolute mountain of time. The other thing that we'll do as well is once everything's installed, we'll then spin them up. We'll get Windows installed. So what we're going to do, we're going to put them on the desk. We're just going to stand him up. I've got a capture card in my PC. So what we'll do, we'll use a USB keyboard with Greg's PC. We'll capture the output of the GPU via my computer, and we'll feed him into OBS. And then at that point in time, we're doing everything from my computer. So installing Windows and all that jazz. So we'll go through, we'll download Windows 11. we'll create the USB installation stick. So we'll go through those guidelines. I'll also indicate where, because we'll get a Windows key so that we can install Windows. Greg, just let me know, Greg, if you have got a Hotmail account or a Xbox account or a Microsoft account. Let me know. Otherwise, I'll just set it up to have a blank account on login, and then you can add your Hotmail details in later on. The standard account, if I create a standard account, you'll have a kind of like an admin type role, and it'll always be there just in case you need to jump into there for any reason. Which one's got no... Yeah, there we are. Cool beans, guys. That is the fans installed into the bottom. Nice. So that also means now that we can put this fan filter, which lives just here, back in the case. So Mr. Fan Filter, he slots in this way. Look how genius that is. So that's going to collect all your grime and all your jizz. And just remember to clean that off now and again, Greg. Don't want to hear in a year that your computer's blown up because you forgot to clean your jizz. No, jizzy jizzy. No, jizzy jizzy. Right, okay, everything there, all the fans are done. Let's get the fan. So we've got one more fan to install. So this fan is going to go on the back of the case. So this is going to be the final one. This one's going to need, again, it's going to need one of these. But it doesn't use this because that is going into the motherboard. So what we need to do is use one of these. Use one of these. Noisicles. Yanni, say no more, say no more. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, more. Say no more. Right, okay. Rick, lol. Haha, I was just about to say there's a whole lot of ladies, and that's what she said moments. This is so much like plumbing. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's the way we roll. I mean, you should know us by now. We're nightmares. Right, okay, which way are you going to go? So you are going to be an output. So you are going to go around that way. So I will ideally want your door. Cool beans. A true story, yo. True story. Come on, you bastard. There we go. Right, so he's going to come over there. So I need to spin you in. Right, where are your screws, my little dude? Plastic. More plastic, 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 plastic. So I'm just going to collect some of the plastic. Let's tidy up our workspace. Anyone who doesn't tidy up their workspace, you deserve to make mistakes. Come on, guys. Make sure that you are tidy when you're working. As tidy as you can be, obviously. As tidy as you can be. Rubbish. Rubbish. We'll go in there. We'll go in there. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Right, can't see any screws for that. So let's get some out of the magical box. Let's get some out of Tomby's box. Tomby's box of magic screws. Right, just need 4 of you. 1, 2, 3. These are all compatible. 4. They're all identical as well. Yeah, and all black. They're all black. See? I carry all sorts of shit, me. Carry all sorts of shit. Always have spares of everything. As Jim said, always make sure you got spares, just in case. You never know what you're going to need. You never know what you're going to need. Been lurking for the last hour. Anonymous, not saying what I was doing in that time. I don't mind if you're thinking about me, Anonymous, while you're watching me build Greg's PC. Don't mind. I'm not going to shame you. No shame in this house. Well, unless you're Unless you're doing certain things that are a bit naughty. Where the fuck have I put my screwdriver? Fuck my life. It's falling behind there. Okay, so we... Oh, there's my little screwdriver. Bastard. I was wondering where that was. Okay, so let's get Mr. Fan in. So I'm putting him in fairly low. It should be right in the center of where the Lian Li is. Thinking about it. What I might do is... do you know what? I'm going to raise him up. I'm going to raise him up as far as he'll go, because I think that brings him in closer in line with the top of the AIO coolers. So it's going to look more symmetrical across the build. More symmetrical across the build. Is this wetting? By the way, Greg, is this wetting your whistle? Are you getting nice and moist over your PC build? Starting to take shape. Obviously, normally I'm a little bit faster than this because I normally wouldn't be talking or explaining things. I'd just be cracking on. But actually, it's quite an enjoyable thing to do. Just chatting away. How many people we got watching? We've still got 18 people watching. Holy fuck. And that's on YouTube. We've got people over on Kick, Rumble, and Twitch as well. Hello to you guys. Just making sure that you're still there. I think I missed out Emerald Goose. Hello, Emerald. That was your first time chatting. How you doing? Can't see anybody on Rumble. Chat paused scrolling. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, no, that's fine. So, which one is it? So, Rumble. So, no one's on Rumble right now. We've got people on other channels. No one's on Rumble. Okay, that's no worries. Not going to cry over it. Right, okay, so we're going to leave that cable up there, that cable up there. Guess what time it is, Gregory? Guess what time it is, Greg? It is GPU time. Right, let's feed you through that gap as well. That's another cable in the right place, ready to go. GPU time, GPU. Greg has a sex bot. You have loyal followers, yes. Kink shaming. I have a full-on robot chubby. Mate, it's great. That's what it's all about. Having chubbies. I don't think I've had a chubby in years. Getting too old for it now. Alright, connector. Okay, cool. Cool. Lian Li, that's that done. That's that done. Let's have a look at these posts. Don't think we need those posts for anything. That's cool. Cool beans. That's extra connectors for the fans, which we're not using. That's going to go into the case. Let's get rid of that out of the way. Cool. So amazingly, we're coming to the end. We're coming to the end of the main first fix on build. Just going to put some things in their boxes. Just tidy up slightly. Because we're going to be on GPU duties. Once we've got the GPU in, guess what? We're on to turning power on. Guys. Full on robot chubby. That was Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, wasn't it? Chubbies. Full-on robot chubbies. Oh, it was number 2, wasn't it? Which one was the first one? Bogus Journey. And then the Excellent Adventure. It was the one with death in it. I think that's the one that... No, I can't remember now. I'm going to have to watch them. Right, okay, so that's that box done. They are all... That's rubbish. GPU time, bitches. GPU time. So obviously, definitely keep things like the boxes for the GPUs, boxes for your case, all that stuff. Right. I was thinking maybe they should add a humidity sensor to the inside of a PC. So if their water cooling starts to go tits up, they have earlier warning. Shall I tell you what? I'll tell you what. Not a bad idea, but you've got to. I guess the thing that you've got to do is you've got to weigh that up against risk versus reward. I mean, how many people have water cooling? And then how many people have problems with water cooling? And you work out the statistics and the percentages. And if it's a case that like 1% of people with water cooling have a problem with it, there really isn't a point in fixing it. There really isn't a point. It goes against the it's against economical sense or economical value to try and fix something like that. Certainly from my perspective, I don't know why you would. These are the rubber things I was talking about, Steve. So I'm just going to show you. So these are in the back of the GPU. They're like rubber and plastic kind of like inserts. They just protect the socket. So we are going to install the GPU. The first thing is this thing here. So that's the latch that protects the GPU. Push it down. That's going to latch into the back of the GPU. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to do a rough alignment check to see which ones of these we need to remove. Now, we need to remove 3 because if you remember the GPU sag connector, it was 3 deep. But we know we need to go from the second one down. So let's get that shit out of the way. By the way, guys, if you like the content or you think that the content is good, just hit that hit the like button. Those likes help me out massively. And if you feel that I may be someone that you want to watch, just hit the follow. Not normally doing things like PC builds. Normally you'll find me doing gaming streams. So I do gaming streams quite regularly. So I'm playing anything from Party Animals to World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Pal World, that heavy boy, Dante, that would be the funniest thing to see in ER. So Anonymous, you could lose your member or you might need to medical attention to get unstuck. Setbox goes into safe mode when the end is so close. Yeah, when you're on your vinegar stroke and fucking safe mode kicks in and it shuts down. Oof. Oof. Who's seen the popcorn bucket for June 2? That's a fucking sex bot, if ever I saw one. Also, remember, just on the bottom, there's a plastic cover. Make sure you take that off before you try and force it into the fucking PC. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad day. You're going to have a bad day. What I generally do is just line up where the PCIe is. Make sure he's in the right place. And there he is. One PCIe. Look at that bad boy. Ain't it glorious, Greg? Ain't it glorious? Now let's get the brace out. Get the brace. I'm definitely putting the brace in. I'm definitely put the brace in. So what the brace does is it comes over the back, sticks in there, gets screwed into the back end, gets screwed into the front end, but just prevents that sag. But what it does show is we need to undo one more, and it goes in. It goes in after the GPU's gone in. You don't need to remove this plate. Leave that plate in there. Don't need to remove that. There is a securing lug on the back of the GPU. There we go. Now, the clever people will say, "Ah, but Tomby, you haven't screwed it into the front." Now, the good thing is that I've got a small screwdriver. And that small screwdriver is just about to save my bacon, because yes, I did forget about it. So yeah, there's just that. And so we need small screws. So there's 3 in here. 3 small screws. Real big bastard G cut. Oh mate, Steve, you want to see my 4090? It's fucking obscene. Absolutely obscene how big it is. Ladies. It's fucking massive. Right, that's the first screw in. And once the first screw's in, I'm going to start putting in the screws down the other end. So let's get that lobbed in. See how much that tightened up then. See how much that tightened up. It's amazing. Right, okay, so underneath, the other thing as well is that there's a spacer. There's a little metal spacer that goes in underneath. I should have put that in, but lucky enough I can slide that in. That just prevents the bar from sinking or from tightening too far. Oh, come on, you bastard. I need something flat. There we go, that's better. Need something flat. And that's going to let me get in one end, but it's not going to let me get in one end down there. So that's not going to matter too much. I don't think that's a problem. As long as one is in this end. Oh, fuck your face. Wow, fuck your face. Dante, for the first PC I ever built, I forgot to install any fans or cooling, so I burnt the GPU and fried the motherboard with fucking crisis. My good god. That's certainly gonna fucking blow up the fucking world. I'm surprised you didn't set fire to the house, mate. Crisis is still a game that modern GPUs and CPUs struggle to play. Really is. Right, so that's nice and solid. The other thing as well is there's a small little switch. Just be aware. There's a small little switch. That goes kind of like eco mode. So it goes into kind of like a quiet mode. So it's on the left-hand side of the GPU as close... is everything upside down again? Oh dear. Transform. Rotate. That's better. So yeah, that tiny little switch there kind of like goes into a fan, quiet fan, loud mode. So you leave it where it is. It's in performance mode at the minute, guys. So that's in there. Next thing, we're going to put the other 2 screws in. Now, technically, I probably only need to put 1 more in, but we'll do all 3. Yarnwich is Yarnwich off. Gotta head out. Take care, Yarn. Good to see you. Yarnwich, you take care of yourself, sweetheart. It was good to see you. It's good to see you. Thank you very much indeed for stopping by. It's a pleasure as always. You and your other half, I wish you the best for the remainder of your Saturday. Don't work too hard, mate, but if you need anything, just give us a shout. I still need a picture of a cat, by the way, or picture of kitties. Heretical Nerd, how you doing, my dude? How you doing, Pete? How you doing? So at the minute, I haven't dropped a single screw yet, so this is where I jinx myself, because this is probably the most awkward one of the day. Aha! Yep, there we go. Right. GPU is screwed in, guys. GPU is screwed in. Next, let's do our powers. What I generally do is when it comes to power, and I'll explain this in a minute. Explain this in a second. Explain this in a second. Right, let's get... Fuck me. Fucking hate these fucking things. Let's get you 2 in the end. You've got more flex in you. Now, because I've got them upside down, you dickhead. Oof. Fucking tension on these. Hate it. If if I had my way, next time I build a PC for anybody, we'll make custom cables. So I've got all of the Molex connectors downstairs, so we can make braided cables instead. Now, one thing you probably could think of is the cables that have got, so Lian Li does make some cables with LEDs in. They do make cables with LEDs in, and they can be synced as well. Whether or not you want to do that, Greg, is up to you. Bend over Galadon, expensive learning experience. Looks like the grill you cook food upon. Yes. Yep. Certainly do a Turkish barbecue on it. Right, okay, so power to GPUs in. So let's do a quick health check. Our front panels in, we've got USBs in to the Lian Li's. We've got front panel in, CPU cooler is in, cables going around to the back. These cables, we've got one cable free, which we know about, which is our USB, so we'll deal with that. Our PCI's in, brace is in, fans in. We need to connect these to the control board. AIO is in, USB sockets in, SATA cables are in. And this is the reason why I put the SATA cables in place, because if you have a look, the SATA cables are there. Good luck. Good luck. This way, you know, they're already there. So it saves you a lot of fucking time, mate. Saves you a lot. Fuck off with your fucking angles, you. What's going on with this? Oh, there we go. Right, so now we're going to do flippy flippy. Oh, fuck me, this is a heavy bastard now. He's a weighty bastard. He's a weighty bastard. Fucking feels like me. Right, so we need to spin him round. Oh, come along. What is that? Our cable's just gone snagged right underneath. That's fine. Right, spin him round. I'll sort out the camera in a second, guys. I'll sort out the camera in a second. Right, okay, so we are round the back of the PC. So most of this stuff, this is one of the CPU coolers. This is power. Right, that's 5 volts, so we're just going to poke him out the way for now. So what I want to do at the minute, right, that's USB. We're not using that. So I need to find the other leads that we poke to from the back end. So they're going to the doodah. Right, okay, this is one of them. So these are coming to the fan headers. So number 1 is this bottom corner. So I'm just going to approximately slot him in. Not going to worry about the orientation of things at the minute. We'll worry about that later. We'll worry about that later. Okay, cool beans, yo, cool beans. Right. Now, thing is, do we need to worry about that USB? I don't think we need this USB socket here. Because it's all connecting through this main one, I don't think we need the socket on the other. We will get the snake's wedding of power connections out. So we're going to get the SATA ones. I guess they don't make aluminium cases anymore. This is definitely aluminium. It's definitely pressed aluminium. Could be steel, I suppose. Could just be mild steel, but I've certainly seen plenty of aluminium cases still. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. Let the darkness embrace you. Right, that's one connection. Let's make another one. Let's make a third. Right, that is SATA powers. May the power of Christ compel you. But I'm sure we should have a 3-pin because we haven't got a sync cable between these two. So where are you going? You're going to that there. So we need to look at for a sync cable, and I can't see one. That's an extension. Right, so they're going to act independently at the minute. That's fine. So let's do one thing at a time. Let's get rid of some of these boxes. Right, so that one done with. That one done with. This one's done with. CPU, motherboard. They can all put them here. That's the key. GPU is done with. Let's put that away. Let's put that away. 19 people still watching on YouTube. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Thank you very much indeed. Let's have a review in a second. And let's slurp the last of our cold cup of tea. Let's put the box of the GPU back in. GPU back in its box. Cable. Right, Lian Li. Coolers. Now I didn't see those down there. Was it going to fall over on the floor? I didn't see a cable. I didn't see a cable. Alright. So that's the only thing that we may need to look for, Greg. And it doesn't matter, I'll grab one of those. Is a Lian Li connector for the data. I can't see one. I can't see if I pulled one out. And it's kind of like a 3-pin to a 3-pin. So we'll have a look for that in a second after we've finished bodging around. It could be that I've pulled it out, but can't fucking see it. Which is entirely possible. Entirely possible. One step at a time. Right. Cool. Cool. Right, I need to get cables ready. It's almost that time, guys. It's almost that time to put some power on. Right, power lead. Right, there's our power lead. So let's do this. The amount of cable mess we have to deal with every time we have to set up several times in our labs is a nightmare. It's magnetic. Yep, it's magnetic. Yes, that's a good point. So it's steel. Because aluminium is not magnetic. No spam or black pudding. Hell, brack. Tomby, I and some friends used to be in charge of maintaining all my school computer and electronics. That's pretty cool. They wouldn't, I would say they wouldn't let me near IT equipment when I was younger, and that's probably quite true. So when I was in secondary school, I had a little bit of an incident with computer hacking. And after that point in time, they wouldn't let me anywhere near computers by myself. But I'm complaining because I was literally doing it. They couldn't prove it was me because naivety at the age of 12 years old is a good thing. How old was I? No, I must have been older than that. Must have been 15. Must have been 15. I think it was in second to last year at school, if not last year at school, 15, 16. But naivety is a wonderful thing. Alright, so that's all tickety-boo. So let's move some of this stuff around. I'm going to pick up some of the points. Let's get those out the way. Let's get ready to apply some power. Apply some power. Let's spin you right round, baby, right round. Like a record, baby. There we go. Alright, so power's going to go down there. We are going to grab. Right. Let's grab that. Okay. Bear with me on this one. Just got to move some cables around. Alright, so this is a long HDMI cable. Oh yes. Oh no, that's the Ethernet. So that's Ethernet into the back. HDMI, where did you go? Oh. HDMI. I've got a PlayStation 5 underneath here, so I'm just taking the bits out the back of the PlayStation 5. What to do with my cable? There you are. You're there. Oh yeah, it's black. That's that one. He's gonna come. So what we're gonna do is gonna use the HDMI socket for now. It's not him. HDMI's got to be you. There we go. That's the HDMI. So we're going to capture the HDMI. I'm going to capture the HDMI. Next, I need to get USB cable. Right, we're going to use. We're going to use this little device. That's going to be our keyboard. Axe. Either tomato type will be okay. Fried. Tommy and I, yeah, the amount of cables, yeah. Problem is, noobs see something they can't do, they automatically assume hacking. Yes, you are correct. In fact, what I'm going to do, let me just check behind. What I'm going to do, let me tidy up a few things. Let's put him down, top down. Let's put her top down. Let's put her top down, because then when the lights come on, you can see everything. There we go. So when the lights come on, you're going to see everything. Everything's going to be tickety-boo. Right. Okay, everything's fine there. Where the fuck is the on button? Where the fuck is the on button? This is going to be the funniest thing. Finding the on button for the fucking machine. Oh, I can see it. Fuck me, sideways. Oh yeah, I'll press that. That's fine. That's fine. So, right, okay, power. Let's get power in the right place. Extension lead down here. Pull you out. Right, power's there. Power's on. Go, cool beans. Right, I need to look around the room. And just on this little small PC. So this is one of my little small PCs. I'm just putting some kind of like emulation type related stuff on there. Might even just run Power. Well, it can run Power World. Let's put you out of the way. Let's put you down there. And you are going to plug into the front. Nice. So you're going to plug into the front. Next, I need to come over to PC. I need to move the sides, everything else across somewhere where they're not going to fall over. There we go. Next, we're going to go to the PC. Let's change cameras, guys. Let's spin around the cameras. It's me. So what we're going to do is just got batteries. Yes, got batteries. It's not turned on, which is good. So I haven't been draining back with power for ages. Cool beats. Right. Oh, beats. Mate, right. How long have we been going for? We've been going for ages. We've been going for ages. Oh yeah. Might need this. Might need this. Actually, that's not too bad for now. That's not too bad for now. Right. That's going to give me the mic. It's a mic, of course. Maybe you weren't hacking non-ethical devices. Oh, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. Needless to say, I was doing something that I wasn't supposed to. So back in those days, the staff network had kind of like there was an icon in the bottom left-hand corner that not a lot of people realized. And then when you hold control and hit it, it took you straight to the staff network. No passwords, no nothing. And at that point, that was it. I had free reign of the system. Right, okay, first thing we're going to do, let's bring on the primary screen. Let's do some Inception. Right, there's Inception. Let's get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that. Let's move this out of the way. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yes. Gaming stream setups. Voice mod. Cool. Right, we are going to go onto this website. So we're going to go to Windows 11 Media Creation Tool. Downloads Windows 11. Right, okay, let's have a look at the camera. Let's get this sorted. So at the minute it's pointed to the fucking moon. Wow, that fucking angle's shit. How fucking unsquare that is against the images in the background. That's garbage. I'll have to sort that out. We'll sort that out. Maybe you were hacking toilets, society, breweries, color blindness, and computer repair and EOD jobs do not mix. Yeah, EOD is what I was doing. So I did mine disposal when I was in the armed forces. Ugh. Right, let's bring that across a little bit more. There we go. That's better. So I did mine disposal for, well, technically 7 years of the 10 years I was in the armed forces. Right, create. We're going to download now. We're going to create Windows. Right, so I now need to find a USB stick. So let's find a USB stick. Oh, that one looks good. I've got a mountain of them. I've got a fucking fuck ton of USB sticks in my drawer. In my drawer. In my drawer. Read. So let's see what's on this USB device. Ooh. What the fuck is that? Looks like Ventoy. It's Rufus AMD 64 disk. Right, I can abuse that one. That's fine. Right, okay. Hit accept. Might need to increase this to 1080p because you guys are not going to be able to see anything. I really hate going to 1080p because it sucks massive wang. 1080p. There we go. Come on. Keep changes. There we go. That should be a little bit better for you. And now let's resize the monitor. Prio screeno. And then let's resize the monitor. There we go. Happy days. My disposal, handy for when you want to walk the dog, I suppose. Yes. Given Windows ME still runs like a charm. Probably will run, not a problem on this machine. Removable drives. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into computer management. I'm going to go to disk management. Gonna kill off or reinstall reinstall. So what do I need? I need to, right, what I was going to do is while that's loading up, I'm going to go over here, go to Corsair USB splitter. Corsair USB splitter. Arrive by Monday 29th. Cool. Happy days. Oh, I can get one tomorrow. NZXT. Nice. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Right. 3.1 boots in the blink of an eye. So it's still red and blue to bits. Yes. Blue to bits. Right. 29 gig. It's not even let me fucking format it. That's interesting. That's better. Format. Yeah. And we're going to go default. Form quick. Let's go to Windows. Right. Where's the motherboard box? So this is the important, when they get to versions, they'll put subtle changes in. So we're on revision 1.2, but it is the Aorus Elite. So we're on the Aorus Elite version 1.2. We'll go to support. And we are going to download driver OS, Windows 11. So we're going to download some of this stuff in a bit. CPU support. Yeah, we don't really care about that. Where is the BIOS? Oh, it's hidden down there. That's a bit wanky poo. Revision. There we go. That revision. Motherboard BIOS. Because before we do anything, we're just going to flash the latest BIOS because we're not going to leave it as the standard. Minor buffering. Okay. Let's have a look at Mr. Thingy-majigger. It could be minor buffering as I'm swinging through Windows. I had buffering 2, the MRI table time travel. AT power connectors used to be black to black on the board. Wrong way blows it up. Time travel possible with a ring laser. Yes. If I boot... Yeah, I don't need any of that. Flash. Let's open up this. Download the BIOS, unzip it. Use the doodah EFI. Please key in F60. Use the USB flash drive to boot the system into shell mode. In shell mode, your screen will look like the following figure. Please confirm which disk code has the USB flash drive. Here we take FS0 as an example. Ugh. Sure, it's easier than that. Yeah, it's going to be easier than that. Right, okay, so this is going to be the one, F21. Right, we're going to throw that onto the device in a second. So let's go back to this drive. We're going to refresh. Next. Getting a few things ready. Cool beans, guys. Cool beans. We're almost there, Greg. We're almost there. So what I'll probably do is I'll get Windows installed. We'll configure it. We'll put some Steam on it. Once Steam's on, I'll spin into a game. We'll do some gameplay for a small amount of time. And then we'll wrap it up. We'll probably call it a day on stream there, because things like the cable management, yeah, I suppose we can probably cable manage on stream. Just keep on talking. I mean, there's 21 people still here. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Thank you very much indeed. We're just installing the Windows onto the USB device. So it's just downloading. I'm going to slurp cold tea. Right, who have we got in chat? Let me know. Holler if you're in chat. Holler if you're in chat, guys. Let me know you're there. Especially if you're over on Twitch, Rumble, or Kick. Because at the end of the day, I don't know if you're there if you don't talk to me. I want to say hi to you guys, but I can't involve you in the conversations if you don't say hello back. But there's 21 people over on the YouTube, which is fucking phenomenal. Absolute fucking phenomenal. I'm just going to jump in. So we have got, let's do it. Tracy, hola, Jack Tarlad, hello. Rick, I'm here until you aren't, brother. Dante, waves. Anonymous, just don't install Z-bugs. Yes. Steve, not sure where I am, which is fair. Where are any of us? I mean, screen lock on pals. Oh, I could log into pals. I could log in, but Jim's here as well, guys. We've got plenty of people here. Oh, fuck, I haven't been doing my shout outs. So let's do a shout out. Bugs are features, not issues. Yeah, that's the thing. Bugs are actually enhancements. That's the thing to remember. They are enhancements. Yes, so I'm doing shout outs now. So guys, if you are in chat and you are a creator and I haven't either met you before or I haven't shouted you out before, let me know. Send me a Discord DM. Discord, jump into description. Hit the Linktree link. Go across over to Discord. There's a permanent invite over there. And at that point in time, you can hit me up. I'm quite happy to talk to absolutely fucking anyone, to be honest, unless you're an absolute muppet. But that will be quickly discovered. I'm a muppet too, so don't worry. You'll be in good company. We are a bunch of muppets here. We are the Muppet Army. Greg, is there a standard benchmark to use nowadays like 3D Mark? Yes. Does playing Power World while listening to you count? Yes. Delta Squad, 100%. Delta, which server are you on? Bugs, more bugs than any games. So I'm running both a Linux version of Power World as well as a Windows version. The Windows one is going to be reserved for the streamers. So any streamer that has... Are you here on AI bot? I'm a bot, 100%. Any streamer that has Power World, if you want to have a safe environment and you don't have access to, say, the Kara environment, hit me up. Come and join the Tombi Discord, because the members over on Tombi Discord, Tombi and Smooth Discord, you will have access to the Windows installation of Power World that I run 24/7. It's there for you to play with. It's a safe environment. It won't have any stream sniping going on. If I find any stream sniping going on, then obviously I'm going to snipe people back. But ultimately, it's a safe environment for you to play. Safe environment for you to play on. But there is also the Linux version, which is better on resources that everybody else is playing on in terms of the members as a whole. You can go on any one of them. You're free to. So, if you've got access to PALs, or if any of the other guys got access to PALs, and you want to have a coordinated place to play, yeah, just tap me up. That's what it's there for. That's what I'm here for. So, the other day... So, last night, I had a bloody good stream. It was obscene. It was obscene how many people became members. I fucking almost fell back and shit myself. How many people became members last night. And whoever donated to Poppy's recovery fund for physiotherapy and took it up to the 500 mark, you are a legend in your own rights, as much as everybody else is a legend in their own rights for donating to it. But whoever took it up to that 500 mark, please note that it is heartfelt. We recognize the donation and the dip in the pocket that everyone's done. We can't thank you enough. For those that didn't know, our Bernese Mountain Dog had surgery a couple of weeks ago. She had fairly critical surgery on one of her legs, where she had ruptured a cruciate ligament. Her cruciate had basically disappeared, so she needed to have major surgery. Basically, they lop off a lump of bone, they put in some plates, and it stabilizes the joint. It doesn't fix the lack of cruciate ligament, because that's gone, it's destroyed, but it kind of like stabilizes the joint. Now, the surgery for that was a good $6,500 so far, and it keeps on going up. So we were looking at the physiotherapy. That was the next thing to be expensed, but Smooth set up a gift send go, and the guys have just come together and just massively helped me out. So thank you very much indeed, guys. Can't thank any of you enough. And if there's anything I can do to repay that faith or that pleasure, please let me know, whatever it may be, and I'll try and help you. I'll try and help you guys back. I just couldn't say enough. Whoever took it up to 500, and Ian so forth, you're a fucking legend in your own right. He donated far too much. He went above and beyond. Now, when you're looking at donations and things like that, £10, £5, £2 is more than enough. But when people go way, way, way past that, I'm just in shock half the time. I'm in shock half the time. Right, so we're just waiting for this to install. So we're having a good chance to have a break here. So 20 people still watching. So Delta, let's have a look. Delta's still running solo. Why is my mouse so fucking slow? Bleh. There we go. So Delta still running solo, going on MRP server when it's more stable. You already back Necropeg. Yarnwich, how you doing? Yarnwich has disappeared off Steel Leg. So she had to go do some jobs. Thought about joining the members server. Certainly if, I mean, you've got pork chops, don't get me wrong, we're all sub to each other's and things like that. Now, you want to invest your time. If you want to invest your time over on pork chops, I've got no problem. I mean, the server on my side is going to be there till the day it dies, so it's there to be used. So if one's not working, jump on the other one. Dante says, now your fur baby is becoming a new Cyberpunk player with her new enhancements. Yes. And do you know what the funny thing is, Dante? Right, in my arm, let's see if I can get the scar visible. So there's a scar, roughly runs from there all the way down to there. So I had what's called a right ulnar osteotomy. So they basically chopped the bone in half. They put a jig in. They chopped out that much bone. So it's about 8 mil of bone. They pulled it back together, screwed it all up. So basically it released a load of pressure on my joint. So after I was injured in the armed forces, my nerves in this arm were fucked. So in order to relieve some of the pressure on the nerves that were running through the wrist, they basically chopped the arm. So I've got a metal plate in here, and essentially Poppy's had a very similar thing. Very similar thing. So, right, okay, let's keep on looking at stuff. Keep on looking at stuff. So we're not going to download any drivers, because the drivers will come later when we jump onto Greg's PC. So let's have a look at PC benchmarking. Benchmark software 2024. What are we looking at? 3D Mark is still probably going to be the best. Hardware monitor. So there's a few things, right? Okay, so we're going to download Atto Disk Benchmark. Not fucking Sport Mobility. Disk Benchmark. Right, I'm using my PC at the minute. As you can see, I'm using my PC, but we're going to use this, and I'll show you what it does. Mine isn't going to act as good as it could do, because, let's face it, I'm using the fucker. So let's extract to benchmark. We're going to jump into benchmark. So what this application does, right-click, run as admin. It tests the read and write speed of your drives. So I'm going to target my C drive, which is my operating system. IO size 512 bytes to 64, which is fairly standard. It's usually the max and the minimum. And the file size, right, I'm going to select 1 gig. And then I'm going to hit start. Bearing in mind, my computer's doing loads of other shit at the minute. So, Jim, I haven't streamed in forever. Got to get back at it. Do you stream on that account, Jim? If you do, it's not a problem. I'll just make sure that I'm signed up. And what I'll do is I'll also add you to the shoutouts. So as you can see, it's testing at various different speeds, 512 bytes. So it was writing 24 megs to 67. When it gets to 1 kilobyte, it's then doing 48 to 128. Now it's at 2, now it's at 4. So it's slowly testing everything. Tommy, how effective was the procedure? Is your nerve stable? No, it's fucked, but it's not degraded. Well, did it degrade? So it degraded when I was in another accident, but it certainly, the right side didn't improve. It just didn't get worse. I mean, I suffer from CRPS anyway, so how can it be any better than what it is? It's CRPS, McGill's pain index. Let's have a look at the McGill's pain index while this benchmark's running. And this is gonna hit 2 gigs, whatever. Right. So I suffer from CRPS. CRPS stands for Complex Regional Pain Syndrome, also called Reflex Sympathetic Dystrophy, or what it used to be called, except cookies. And so there's a thing called the McGill's Pain Index, is a scale that shows the rating or level of pain. It was originally developed by McGill back in 1971 at McGill University by 2 researchers. So basically, it had 3 major classes: sensory, affective, and evaluative. And basically, they ask questions, and you respond, and they give you a kind of like a score. So at the minute, so at the 2 megabyte range, it's writing at 10 gigs a second. 10 gigs a second. And reading at 7.23. So all of this is about writing at the minute. So 10 gigs a second. Now, if I wasn't doing anything else, this would be 14 gigs a second read, 14 gigs a second write. It's obscene. It's obscene. If you see any buffering, that's because I'm doing this test, guys, so just be aware of that. Right, okay, so, yeah, so it's a scale. 0 at the bottom, 50 at the top. 50 is the highest. McGill in Canada, yeah. So a sprain is roughly 10 to 20, arthritis, toothache, shingles, terminal cancer, fibromyalgia, about 30, childbirth, so those mummies out there will certainly tell you that it's painful as fuck, anywhere between 35 and 41, amputation of a finger or toes, level 40, CRPS is the highest, 42, there is no condition that's higher than CRPS, I've been suffering it since 2007. Now, the operation in my right arm was just basically to support relieving some of the pressure. But, yeah, it's like a Mortal Kombat pain chart. It is. Massively. It's fucking shit. Won't wish it on anybody. So, yeah, 10 gigs a second, and then it starts dropping down. It's basically a bell curve. Do be careful. Steel leg of history. Watch out and be gentle until you're healed. Yes. It's not fully healed yet, so I have to be careful what I do, and rough night last night. So when we run this on yours, Greg, your PC is nice and fresh. Your drive is 5 gigs a second. I think it was. Let's have a look. So your drive, it says 5 gigs a second read. What does it say for write? It doesn't actually say. So it doesn't say what it is for write. So when we do this test on your machine, we should be expecting 5 gigs a second. When it starts getting up to like the 1 meg, we should be seeing 5 gigs a second all the way through. This should all be 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. That straight away is a benchmark of the performance of your drive. Perfect. Then we can use CPU Z to then do a benchmark of your CPU. And that will do a check against other known systems. And we can do a check against the 3950X 3Ds, which I've got. But we probably will be looking at, say, hardware monitor is a good one. That's a good one for looking at things. We probably will be looking at 3D Mark. User benchmark, probably less so. Cinebench is a very good one to test. Reasons to avoid CPU-centric tests, which is why we always go for 3D Mark, because it tests both your PC and your GPU. It's gonna fucking fly. The machine's gonna absolutely fucking destroy everything. Tell ya. But thank you very much indeed. We got 17 people still watching. We're just waiting for Windows to install, Windows to download onto the USB stick. Then we're going to stick Greg's PC in and get it spun up. We're going to get it spun up. So it's exciting times, guys. Exciting times. Almost there. Almost there. Right, we can close that. Don't need that. Don't think I need that open anymore. Let's close that. Don't save. Don't save. Maybe looking for a research project would be a good thing to try. Yeah, it's not a bad shout. It's not a bad shout. To be honest, if Tam wasn't against THC CBD, both of them would benefit from it. I know we would. 100%. I want to see it boot to post. What, first time? Boot to post first time. Yes. Yes. Alright, we can close that. Don't need that anymore. That's fine. That can stay open. That can stay open. That window can close. You want to close this session? Yes. Loads of fucking windows are open. Close that. The thing is when you've got 196 gig of RAM, you just don't give a fuck about RAM at that point. You just really don't. Memory 20% used. Show graphs. That's fucking obscene. It's the fact that it just doesn't get fucking used now. Unless I'm rendering, unless I'm compiling code, or just nothing happens. It's so fucking funny as fuck. The GPU, so 3D is rendering and the video encoding. So I'm using 60% of the encoding performance. So I could use the last 40% of... This is the other thing as well. So any streamers out there, I have 1,756 tabs open. You should see my Notepad++. No word of a lie, I've got about that open on Notepad++. This is a good graph to use if you're streaming. Look at the encode performance, because it all gets reported. I've got approximately 40% capacity left in my encoding. So with that 40%, I could probably switch on Twitter as well. So I might actually fucking do that. I might actually do that tomorrow. If nerve regeneration is something you need, a fungi called lion's mane, which you can get on Amazon, is the only known substance to promote neurogenesis or nerve regrowth. Do you know what my only option was, really? Was to do neuroablation, to use radio frequencies to destroy the nerve clusters, the nerve ganglions, so I don't feel anything. So all the pain potentially goes, but there's no guarantee. But I wouldn't feel anything at all. So if I broke my arm, I wouldn't fucking know. I just notice my arm's all floppy. So it's not a good thing to do. So yes, and this is the thing as well, Anonymous. So Lord of the Gigs. So this is my 4090. This is my onboard Radeon, which also has the ability to do games. Now, the clever thing is that I use the Radeon GPU to do things like Discord hardware acceleration. So I don't use my normal GPU for that. I use the onboard. Tom, be sorry, I had to make some clips of what Jay's saying about June 2 Popcorn Bucket. Dear God, it about had me. Jesus, I'm gonna fucking cough. I had a frog in my throat. Saying about June 2 Popcorn Bucket, dear God, it about had me falling out of my chair laughing. Drive is ready. Cool. Drive is ready. Right, okay, so we need to... What do we need to do? El Gato. 4K capture. Reet. Elgato 4K capture. This is what we're going to need. And now we're also going to need to turn on our keyboard. Keyboard is on. USB stick out. USB stick in the device. Are we ready for power on? Let's also, I'll tell you what also I need to do is face cam, no chat. I need to, let's add the Brio. Shit, fuck. There you are. Add new Brio. And what we're going to do is add new Brio just above my head. In fact, no, let's add new Brio over here. Let's resize you, because obviously we're going to turn you on. Ladies, turn me on. Alright, let's get you roughly there. Let's get you aligned. There we go. Cool beans, guys. Cool beans. Right. Super Soldier. Someone made a meme of Az and June 2 pop. Oh, God. Tense moments. Right. We're going to have a drum roll. We're going to have a drum roll, guys. Oh, let's raise that up a little bit. I don't want to... Oh, shit, fuck. No, wrong thing to move. Right, I need Greg there. I need Tomby moved up. Oh, fuck it. I'll do. Right. Let's see what happens. Look at the lights. Look at the lights. Where's my delete key? It should automatically. Look at the prettiness. The fact that the power comes on. So the first thing it's going to be doing, it should be going through memory training. So it's going to be a long boot. The first one's going to be a long boot, which is basically it's learning how to work with the memory. Every fresh install does it. And it's going to do that memory check before it then starts booting up. So just be aware of that. You could be in this mode for 10 minutes. Let's have a look. Let's feel the fans. Let's make sure our fans are okay. Right, fans coming up. Yep, fans coming up. Fans pushing out. Fans pushing out. Lian Li obviously isn't on right now, and we know why. It's because obviously we haven't connected the USB. Everything else is fine. Now we're just waiting. Yes, that is in. Oh. Up it. That's fine. That's fine. I forgot to stick this cable in as well, which is the power to the 4K capture. We should have an image come up in a second. I might need to just reboot it, but the good news is at least power come on. Power come on. Might just need to reset quick because I didn't have the power on the GPU. Press and hold, press and hold. Power's off. Beautiful, that's good. Pushing on again. Right, this time we should have some movement on the GPU because I've put the power on. So Gigabyte, probably more motherboards to be honest. They generally don't output to the GPU until there's a connected HDMI there. Now without that power lead on the capture, it doesn't detect anything and therefore doesn't spit anything out. I'm really hoping that it's not expecting a... That's a good point actually. It's a good point. Let's connect it to the other thing because it's got onboard fucking graphics. It's got onboard graphics, so I'm wondering if it's going to pick up the onboard versus the GPU. Now it should pick up the GPU, so we'll bug fix for a little bit of time. Don't know if the motherboard has its own onboard. Yes, it does. So the 7800 X3D does have a iGPU on it. So we'll float around. We'll just wait. Can't remember if this has got LEDs on it. The motherboard does have LEDs. Does have some LED functionality. Ah! What are we looking at? Red button on. Can he tell? Great. I'll tell you what we'll do while that's doing that. We are going to open up the manual for... Oh, look at these play sounds. We're going to open up the manual for the lights. Gigabyte. Aorus. B650 LED. Red dram lights. Was it red dram lights? Updated the BIOS. Reset the BIOS. Helped on mounted cooler. Open. Yeah. Built a rig. One stick. After a BIOS. Got two stick. Yeah. Well, it's definitely communicating. It's communicating data, but the question is what GPU. I'm wondering if it's coming in on a display port. I wonder if it's coming in on a display port, which is why it's fucking about, which I've seen before. Have I got a display port converter? Let's have a look, see. Got a few things. The good news is that obviously it powered on. First test of any new system build. Afterwards, it's everything else. Right, what are you? No, you're USB. On USB. USB. J, which head? I don't know if the motherboard yet, and does that bottleneck RAM share. Ooh, bought Powell, took 8 minutes on mine. Just defrosted a pork belly, crispy Asian pork belly tomorrow. Nice. Nice. That's what we like to hear. What we like to hear. Where's my phone gone? Just want to make sure that is the actual light, because there is a indication on the Mobo torch. And in CPU optional, CPU LED. Okay, that's there. That's all plugged in. Power's all plugged in. VGA is clear. Saying CPU. So I wonder if it's a BIOS flash that's needed. So let's do the BIOS flash first. Let's do a BIOS flash first, guys. But it's got power, which is the main thing. Right, on the back of the, so like I said, on the back of the device, there is a little socket. So we've got the USBs in the BIOS. There's a button that's just here. You press it, you see it straight away trying to access the USB. And what we should see is flashy USB, really. Let's see if I need to hold it down longer. Let's see if I need to hold it down longer. Gigabyte Aorus. I'm spelling it wrong. Aorus B650 BIOS flashback. Flash back. You can now flash by simply pressing the Q flash button. I know I can press it by the place. Is it boot looping? The problem is you can't tell what it's doing. It's getting so far and then stopping. So at the minute it's saying about the GPU, about the CPU. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Could it be picking up the wrong source input? Yes, that's why I went for changing the port around. So let's go to the manual. B650 Aorus manual. Aorus Elite. Elite. Right, let's just have a look at the manual. Support. Let's just go to the manual. And we're going to go for English. Could be Chris Benoit from the grave donated. Donated to who? Tommy, you will all ship bricks when I tell you who donated to Alyssa Bugliari. It was Chris Benoit. He donated $5 to her. The fuck? Okay. Wish you would donate $5 to me. Q flash. Blue flash push button. Let's go next. Let's go next. Next. Right. Allows you to update the BIOS when your system is off. Save the latest BIOS to a thumb drive, plug it in. You can now flash. Simply press it. The BIOS will flash when the BIOS matching and activate starts and stops when the BIOS flashing is complete. Well, it's not actually flashing right now. So let's go back here. Let's have a look at the destruction information, because clearly we need to do something with the BIOS flashback. We need to do something with the BIOS flashback. So let's go back to there. Alright. I wonder if it's expecting me to put all of the files on the USB stick. Please key in. I wonder if it's expecting me to do all of that onto a bootable flash. That's going to be a bit fucking bum. That's going to be a bit bum if it is. Alright, let's have a look. Let's see what we can do. Not now. So we've got our EFI. That's fine. Is it expecting that to be booted a long time ago? EFI. So it is expecting... Right, I'm going to have to use another USB stick, I think. Let's use a gay pink one. Let's use a gay pink one, guys. So we are going to need to create a bootable USB stick in order to get this on. This one's completely empty. Nice. That's what I like to see. Not now. Let's have a look at our settings. Let's move this across. Let's also close that down. Oh, fuck off. Learn more. Fuck off. Why are you asking me to collect fucking payments from people? Fuck you. Have you tried the board ports, or does it not have the output on the X3D chip? At the minute, it should have the internal GPU by default. At the minute, the CPU, it's not flashing through completely. And now the reason why it's not flashing through completely is because I think it needs all of these files on the USB stick. So that's what I'm going to do first. Guys. This one's completely open. It's completely free, completely spare. So we're going to throw this all on, and then we're going to try it with this one. Let's throw this in. Make sure I've got it in the right slot. Yep. Right. Yeah, it's a little bit strange because the power comes on and power goes off immediately. So let's have a look. Let's debug it. Okay, power on and off immediately. B650 Aorus Gigabyte, Aorus Gig Elite. There we go. There we go. My guess is you need to update the BIOS. You can do so without having to install the CPU RAM with the Q-Flash. Giving that a go now. Version FC USB stick appears to be doing something, has red light on it, but nothing is coming out. Your CPU is supported by your motherboard. I had the same issues. If you want to do that, my solution was to return the board and get a different one. No, we're not going to do that. On some boards, it's because of the BIOS, but you have to check the CPU support list. So it's not BIOS. Don't waste your time with Q-Flash. No point taking out the RAM as it can't post. No SSD. Let's check over the build order components. I'm not dumb. I hadn't connected. I'm dumb. I hadn't connected the 8-pin CPU. It was hidden behind the heat sinks and radiators. If we've connected that. If you've updated the BIOS, boot it into and enable EXPO. Sometimes it's just weird. I'm dumb. Hadn't connected the CPU. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do is quickly just undo this one. Undo a plug. Undo a plug. Right, let's undo that plug. Dun, 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 dun. Why don't we another one as well? Let's what I'm going to do temporarily, I'm going to remove you, plug in this one. Fast. Everything's fine there. Things are fine. Where is my light? Right, so that's saying, oh yes, on VGA. Let's come on. So it's just checking for its shizzle. Alright. Alright, we've got some different lights on now, so that's good. We've got some different lights. There we go. Look at that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Ha ha ha. Alright, there was a connector that I just switched around. I switched around one of the USB connectors for... I'll tell you what, we're going to boot. New CPU installed. Let's press yes to reset FTPM if you have yes. Cool beans. USB was doing something. Yeah, USB was shit in the bed, mate. So the Lian Li's, there's 3 USB connections. 2 of them were plugged in. One of them I thought was the AIO. I hadn't plugged in the AIO. And clearly the AIO was doing something with regards to the doodah. So now we are cracking on. So whilst we had success in as much as, where's the mouse button click? Right, it must be that one. While we had success, no, the wrong input was fine. So it was nothing to do with the input. It was purely the USB header on the motherboard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order a USB splitter. The system has experienced a boot failure, possible due to incorrect configuration. Yes. There we go. So look at this, all singing and all dancing, Gregory. So apart from that, we would have had a smooth transition. So thank you very much, indeed, for staying with me while we fixed it. So the first thing I'm going to do is EXP. Let's enable that, because now it's going to hit the 6,000. Now we're going to go for boot sequence, and now we're going to save. Save. Right, first, let's go advanced mode, because we ain't fucking about with fucking noddy fuck mode. We want to be able to just save. Exit without saving. Save and exit setup. Yep. Save and exit setup. So first things first, I want to make sure that, yes, configuration. That's the first thing I want to do, is get the speed up. Get the speed up. Great. Now, hopefully it doesn't crash during the installation or BIOS update. That would be a bad choo-choo. Some of it you can revert. Now, some of the other motherboards, such as the Asus ones and things like that, they've got 2 BIOSes, and one's always a backup just in case. One's always a backup. Is it picking up the GPU? Yeah, it's coming out the GPU now, mate. It's just rebooting it as we speak. Just rebooting. BIOSes look so bloody fancy these days. Yeah, it's gone are the days of the old BIOSes, mate. Gone are the days of the old BIOSes. So it's probably doing a memory check, because obviously we've connected it. We told it to go to EXPO now. So we'll just wait for that to finish. So whilst we're doing that, let's have a look at other stuff going on. Right, so the EXPO's done. It's now rebooting. It's now coming back on. 19 notifications on Twitter. Grizzled Entertainment, thank you very much indeed, sir. Repost. Repository. Let's go back down. So just wait for the system to come back up and running. Take the opportunity to stick some. You can do it. That's the dude. Dinner with my mum. No hypervisors. Really? The fuck? Okay. VMware hypervisor recovery. So that file that they gave, let's do a Control-Alt-Delete. That file that they gave wasn't even a proper EFI. It's the that's fucking amazing. Ooh, wankers. Right, okay, so I'm just waiting for that to come back in. Lady D, Erin, and others liked my reply. Remember who you are. Yes, Aorus. We are here. It'll train and be fine. Yes, it will. So I'm waiting for it to come up. And this is the Windows install. The Windows install. So the other thing I'm going to do is, let me go to CJ. Thank you very much indeed. So it was 16 people. Right, okay, so we've got to the stage where we are installing tab, and enter. Install now. Setup is starting. Strike one, keep going. This is BS. Right, okay, so now we're going to go for... I'm just going to grab something. Beautiful. Beauty. And in fact, I'm going to hide. I'm going to put full face while I put a code in. Realizing that I'm on the interwebs. It's probably not a good idea to show people. Fuck me. It's going to take me ages to type it. Caps. Yes. Oh, it's not going to take too long. YG. Right. Enter that. Enter on that one. Windows bloody activation. Steel leg. Yes. You can buy new cheap keys. Install. Oh, don't you worry, mate. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We are... So I've already put in a code. Oh, shit. I'm trying to do it on my fucking Doodle PC. Instead of... why am I not using the fucking mouse? My good God. Right. Okay. Unallocated space. So we're going to do new. Right. Okay. C drive. Guess what? Always make C drive a quarter of the size of your total drive. So this is 2 gigs. You might as well say it's 1800 gigs. So let's put it at 450. 450. And that'll do. I think that's it. Yeah. Press the button. It's so awkward on this device. This sucks massive wang. Yeah. So yeah, we will have fancy partitions. We're going to have fancy partitions, but for now, all I want to do is get the C drive in. So we'll do the rest of the drives once we're in actual Windows. Tommy skills are elite. Using the bypass on the installer so you can log in without Microsoft account. Bypass NRO. There's a couple of ways. So, Greg, are you still on? You should be. Greg. Let me open Discord. Discordium Leviosa. Leviosa. In fact, I don't know why I'm looking at that view. Let's give you this view. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate it as well. Transform. Rotate. 180. Oh, shit, fuck. It's the wrong thing. Fuck. Transform 180. Let's get the let's get the PC. Transform 180. There you go, my dude. Fancy partitions. Yes. So normally I do... So a quarter of your main drive. Greg, have you got a Windows, Microsoft, or Hotmail, Xbox email address? If you have, can you send me the details via Discord? Obviously, modicum of trust there. Yeah, I just want to set up your account. If you haven't, what we'll do, we'll just set up a local account instead, which will get us by for now. If not, just let me know. And what I'll do is I'll just set it up with kind of like an administrator account, plain local account as an administrator, just so that it lit up at the start. So I think it's a option on the Lian Li software. So you kind of enable it once we're in. We'll soon find out once we go in. No, I don't think I do. Yeah, perfect. Right, that's a good answer. Have you got Xbox? Have you got Game Pass or anything? Because if you've got Game Pass or Xbox, then you've definitely got a email account with Microsoft. I thought you had. You might not. I don't know if you were ever playing Sea of Thieves with Captain Pugwash. Ben, no he doesn't. Cool. No he doesn't. But we are Expecto Discordium. Yes. But 17 people. Do you know what? This session has actually been mad as fucking toast in terms of the amount of people watching. It's very much like the stream from last night. Seems that the tech streams actually do quite well. do quite well. I've got something stuck at the back of my throat. It's beginning to fuck me off. So I'm going to eat a Frutella. And this one is a raspberry and apple flavored. So hopefully whatever it is just going to pull everything out of my neck down. Ah, as is playing Enshrouded. Okay. Mark the Cyborg is still playing Like a Dragon. Who else is live right now? Script Doctor. No, maybe he's just finished. No, he's live. Jay on Drunk 3PO. Let's pop in and say hello. Let's pop in and say hello. There we go. We'll say hello to Jay. Let's put some noise on. Oh, he's choking at a minute. So, Greg, I registered for Sea of Thieves and uninstalled the EXPO app after a week. Yeah, don't worry. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build... I'm going to do it under a general admin account. So it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's also capturing at 4K. Have you noticed that, Greg? 2160. So it's outputting it. You can skip the login, Tumbly knows. Yes, yeah, of course can. NPC and the gang played Enshrouded demo back in the day. It was interesting. Yep, they did. Unfortunately, the thing is, Steve, is it's a shame that I work during the day, because I would join in and I would play. Obviously, I probably wouldn't be invited to the big boys streams or big boys games, but I'd certainly play with everybody. I probably wouldn't have taken so long to get to 500. If you have a look, the Lian Li is lit up now. I'll tell you what I could do is I could turn off the big light. There you go. There you go. Good timing on that choke. Had to recover a PC for someone that lost their password, fixed it with local. Yeah. So I've got plenty of disks that I jump into the system and fix things with. Right, okay, so let's jump into this shit. Fuck off. Can't wait till I get into Windows so I can then do remote desktop. Skip. It is a sexy PC, dudes. It is a sexy PC. Dante, pre-install Windows. Vody, that is my brand new laptop I bought. Must be new since there was no skip for me. You can stroke as you choke. No joke. Yes, make sure you have the latest, whatever. What else can we do? I wish I had the audience that Jay had. Jesus Christ. It's got 915 people watching him right now. And we've gone back up to 18 people, so we're just installing, guys. Name your device. So this is going to be Greg's. And then hyphen PC. Let's do capitals, because it's always easier. Greg's PC. Dun dun ba-da-bum. Greg's Pride PC. Oh, I should have done it. Rainbow Warrior. That's what we should have called it. He-Man. Castle Grayskull. Castle Grayskull. Greg's precious network is connected. Nice. So now we're just going to go through the usual stuff. It's going to be set up for personal use. Suck a dick. No, I don't want to sign in. Fuck off. It's going to make me fucking do it, isn't it? It's going to make me do it. Function. Yeah. Ba-ba-ra-ba-ba-ra-bum. So I'm going to have to go backwards. Fuck my life. I should be able to do it from this screen. There we go. Caps lock. We're going to do out of the box. Is it back? Why are you not typing? Out of the box. Backslash. Bypass. NRO. Ew. Bypass NRO. Just a moment. All right. So basically this is required because fucking Windows, Microsoft are trying to force you to, yeah, it's Shift F10, mate. Microsoft are trying to force you to use an account all the time. And of course we want to skip that. We don't want to do that. So give me the option. The fact that you've got to go through this in order to do it, it's just a fucking joke. Absolute joke. Right. Who's in chat? Who's absolutely awesome that has not yet clicked that magical like button or subscribed? If you haven't and you think the content's good enough, feel free to smash that like, guys. Believe you me, it helps me with the odd algorithm. Yeah, we should have the skippity-doo-dah now. Yeah, we don't like... I mean, having online accounts does help in some regards, but for the most part, we don't fucking need them. Fuck off. Now we have to do the name again. Greg, do you want me to call it something simple? Oh, I could call it throbbing dildo or something. Nah, that's just mean. Greg's PC. Keep it simple. I'm not going to abuse you, Greg. I'm not going to abuse you. It would be funny. Unless you're an advanced user and have access to the root, you're screwed. I don't like internet dependencies. Don't forget to pop back in and comment. Yeah, that's the other thing as well that drives up the access to the video. But if I look at the stream from last night, so obviously we installed Power World servers on both Linux and Windows. Really good video. I think nice and simply explains how to do it. So definitely go back to that and have a look. Now, if I look at that, I mean that's 186 views, 51 likes on it already. I'm just going to pop into chat because Vordy, I don't think Vordy's watched it enough times. So make sure you pop into that, Vord. Go and have a look at that. It's great. And if you want to have access to it, details are in the Tombies member forum. If you are a member on YouTube, you get access to it. If you've already been here since day dot, when you jump onto, so for example, let's pick on Dante. So Dante's been around a while. We all know that Dante's here. Yes, Dante is a member because he's got the membership emblem. And with that membership emblem with YouTube, he would be able to access the members area. But because Dante's been around and I've known Dante a while, he has already been granted, the second he goes into Discord on Tombi server, he's already been granted the rights and privileges that a paid member would have. It's my way of saying, guys, you have been here since the start. You get special treatment. All the new guys that come in, yeah, we've known each other for fucking absolute years. Why is it not letting me skip? What the fuck? It's not letting me skip. What the fucking bejesus? What the fuck? Oh, okay. It was on a previous screen, and I bet. I think you missed the I have no internet thing. Yeah. That's exactly what I did, Vord. So I just need to go backwards. It's fine. It's fine. It's me being a fucking twat. Now, I can't wait to get fucking rid of this fucking keyboard. It sucks massive wang. So here, I'm going to just do it again. Function shift, F10. Let's go out of the box. Get in the box. Sorry about the delay here, guys. We will get it eventually out of the box. Backslash. Function backslash. Yeah, out of the box. Bypass. NRO. I haven't done it in ages. So let's fucking wait for that. Tommy, welcome to Windows Update 23H2. It started with this update forced to create. Yes, it sucks. Do your work, Magic Man. The button goes away after a bit. Damn Microsoft crapware. Yes. Bordy, how long have we known each other now? 2000 and... It would have been Wrath. Was it Wrath of the Lich King? No, it was the next expansion. Or was it? Might have been Wrath. Tracy, there's, believe it or not, I haven't got a problem with Windows 11. I understand the account side. Now, obviously, I've got a Microsoft account that I need to use with Windows. I don't agree with forcing people to have to sign up 100%. But Windows 11 is not bad. It's a fairly decent operating system. I've got no problem with the bars at the bottom. Actually, do you know what? The most of the time, I'm just using the start button for pretty much everything. It's no different from Windows 10. Go to use anything, hit start button, and away I go. Yes, I leveled my character and geared in 2 weeks. Yeah, man. Yeah. But yeah, that Power World did really well. I mean, it was six fucking hours. 6 hours of funsies, and we did get the video up and running. We did get the servers up and running. We chose it. New achievement. Oh yeah! Look at this. For some strange reason, it's still telling me I can't bloody monetize one video. But new achievement. You've hit 50 members. Yes. Congratulations. Thank you very much indeed, guys. I think my Windows Xbox account is written on a piece of paper back in the UK. You fucking boob. Right, okay. I don't have interwebs. Oh, fuck off. going to have to disconnect it. I'm going to have to disconnect it. There we go. That's what's doing. Right, okay, so we are going to call this, let's say it's going to be called Mr. The Deity. Let's call it the Deity. And the Deity is going to have a password. And I'll share this with you, Greg, when we're ready. And the answer to the security questions, obviously it really doesn't matter because this is your PC. You're not going to get the doodah. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move it across there. I'm just going to hide it for a second. It's going to be the same answer to all of the questions. I need to answer what is the... Oh, this fucking mouse is... Why did I get a combination one? Fucking sucks. Fucking sucks. So this is something I did similar to Mr. Mr. Pork Chop Potato Head. So we set it all as exactly the same. So at any point in time, if I need to, I can sort it out. Now the other thing that's options to you, Greg, I can actually build you a smaller version of that Raspberry Pi, and you basically have it in your drawer. When you have a problem, you just plug it into the wall, put 5 volts on it, plug it into your computer, and just leave it. You don't have to have it plugged in all the time. So that's another option for you. And then that way you don't have to physically have it in the computer. Now, the only thing I won't be able to do is obviously turn it on or off remotely. But certainly I'll still be able to do the BIOS type work. Required only. Accepto Patronum. Accept. No. No. Come on. Oh, fuck off, you bastard. Just a moment. I'll help this community where I can if needed. Oh, yeah. 100%. I don't know that. I know that, but the average user doesn't know it works. Okay, subscribe yet. The algorithm's a mess. It is. Yeah. That's why I hate Microsoft, despite my need to use their platform. Yeah. I mean, let's face it, whether it's Microsoft with Windows, whether it's Mac with Mac OS, you've really not got any choice. You're a captive audience. We all need to use computers. We all need to use phones these days. We can't be disconnected. And as a result, you are bent over backwards with having to use the software in the way that they want you to. You don't have a choice. But look at that. Your memberships are skyrocketing. Check the membership tabs to see who's new. Show me. Show me. Look at that growth in terms of memberships. That's mental. That's mental. Especially considering it's all the Muppet Sergeant level. That's fucking obscene. Ooh, I can export members. Microsoft is kind of exceeding their trust of power or whatever. Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a fucking joke, to be honest. Recent comments by members. Sorry, brother, I'm a techno-Luddite. I couldn't find a way to have VLC. Okay, right, okay. This is the other thing. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Is it turned on? Local target start. Yes, it's turned on. Right, okay, so every now and again, I will do a members watch party. in the watch party, it will be spat out to Discord. Now, there's some people that do not use Discord. In that case, I've actually got an RMTP connection that you can use, that you can connect to. So what you do is you open up VLC, go to Network Stream, and Network Stream, let's get rid of that. You'll have a RMTP address that you just put into the network protocol. You hit play. Might not be that address. Let me check what the address is. Shit. Local target. Modify. Nope, it wasn't. Okay, so let me put a proper address in. Open network stream. Copy, and then press play. And that will then connect. Do. Ugh. Buffering. Let me go to Pot Player. I prefer Pot Player. Pot Player is a lot faster these days. VLC, I don't know what VLC's done with itself, but they've lost their way. So open network. So FTP, WebDAV, HTTP. Bring this across. Host root path. Connect using. I think that's the wrong one. So open URL. That's it. Open URL. So that's the URL you want to use for my stuff. And when you hit OK, it should then connect via the power of the interwebs buffers. And there you go. So that way, NPC, yeah. That way you can join in with the watch parties. So let's stop sending it to there. Start. I need to restart Rumble. Rumble shit the bed when I did that. So there we go. Rumble's off and away again. Right, okay, so Windows is installed. So the first thing we're going to do, we are going to go down to the control panel. Because this shit sucks massive wang. Control panel. Next, we are going to hit the control panel to open Sesame. We're going to go to Computers, Win System Security, and then allow remote access. And then we're going to connect the bottom one, and then select Apply. Now we can OK that. That's all we have to do. And last, actually, there's one more. So now, fuck off, CMD. And now we're going to get our IP address, which we haven't got at the minute. So let me plug the interwebs back in. The interwebs IP config, because we're on Windows. IP config, the deity. So we are connecting to number 3. So let's go remote desktop. We are connecting to number 3. And so let's get rid of that one. And then we're also going to set it so that it only connects at 1080, because otherwise we are going to have problems with you seeing it. So 1080p connects. And we are going to remember use full stop backslash the deity and then super secret password. Greg's PC connect. Right, Tomby, can you post that link in Discord so members can get when we need it? Tommy, can you post that link? Yeah. Which link? Can you post that linked in Discord so members can get when we need it? What link do you mean, Dante? Just let me know, mate. Right, okay, we can now start getting rid of some of this shit. Cancel all of the bollocks. first thing we're going to do is we're going to get Chrome installed, because let's face it, some of this shit is crap. Start without data. Don't allow, confirm. Continue without data. Don't allow, confirm. Fuck me, dark. Chrome. Chrome installed. So, Greg, this is your PC, my dude. Well done. You have now got a blazingly fast computer. So let's get Chrome. Let's get Chrome. The watch party address. Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah, actually, Discordium. Discordium. Where's Discord opening? Where's it going to open, do we reckon? It's somewhere. There you are. Right, okay, let's go into Discordium Leviosa. Let's go to Members Forum. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not just for members. It's anybody. But I'm just going to put it in the Members Forum for now. World of Warcraft, Guides on Mars, new post, watch parties, members, watch party, RMTP link. If you need a different source, then Discord for the watch party, use the following link in VLC or Pop Player. There you go. Let's post that. That's posted. Right, get back here. So we are downloading Chrome. Need a downloader? Let's go to Chrome. Chrome. No, we're not doing any of that shit. Let's bring up OBS again so I can see you guys. It lives, Greg Phillips. Yes, it does. Did you just come back? Yes, it does live. All right, okay, so a couple of things we're going to do. We are going to go on to C drive. In fact, yeah, let's do those things now. No. Let's go down here. So we are going to computer management. So there's a few things we are going to do first. Let's do some carving up of our drives, disk management. So really, it's you're only going to need 3 drives, maybe 4. So what we're going to do is a big drive for C drive, because now and again you're going to accidentally fucking install shit on there. So let's carve up the rest. New simple volume. So programs. 200 gigs, no more for programs. You're not going to use it. And we're going to put it under P. 200 gigs for programs. That's more than enough space. More than enough space. Then we're going to do new simple volume. 800 for gaming under G. Games, let's just call it games. And then the remainder. Yes, next. Under R. Recording and streaming. So this is where you're going to have things like your thumbnails and your recordings, your 4K recordings or whatever recordings. That's where all that goes. So that's sorted that. Let's rename this one properties, Windows 11. Windows 11. Oh, and by the way, the reason how I've activated this is because I've got old Windows 7 and Windows 10 codes. Those are valid. If you've got the ultimate editions of those, they are valid with Windows 11. Believe it or not. You just put them in. It's cheap as fuck as well. They're like, you could probably pick up a Windows 10, Windows 7 Ultimate Edition, or Windows 10 Ultimate or Pro, whatever it was, for about £1, if you know where to look. Right, okay. So there's our drives. We've created some drives. On your programs drive, we are going to create a folder, this PC. So we're going to go to programs. We are going to open it. We are going to create a new folder called Internet Downloads. One of the fucking things that really pisses me off is having to download everything, and it always goes to C drive, tops it up. It's lazy. So let's go into Edge. First one we're going to do is Edge. Let's go to Settings, and down the left hand side there will be a Downloads. Then we can change where it's downloaded, and we are going to choose this PC. By the way, you probably can use the Deity account, Greg. So it depends on what you want to do, whether we do it as Deity is kind of like the admin account, and then we create one for you, which is going to be Greg's account. Either way, it really doesn't matter. Right, okay, settings done there. So let's check. Did we download Chrome? Yes, we did. So we'll download Chrome. We'll open up Chrome now. Having AV1 encoding is so good, yes, because it's massively superior to HVAC or X264, whatever. It's massively better. That's why I like the NVIDIA GPUs, because obviously they were the first to use it. Google is now obviously using AV1. Streamlabs OBS is now using AV1. So much better as an encoder. Sign into Chrome. Don't sign in. Let's just don't sign in for now. Set as default. Yes, we are going to set it as default. Google Chrome. Set default. That's it. Set default. Job done. Got it. Okay, so now we are in the realms of setting things up. Sure. Let's close that. Let's open this. Let's go into settings. So Fruitella. It's a fruity sweet. A fruity sweet. Settings, we're going to do exactly the same. So where we go down to downloads, it's basically exactly the same. Don't forget, Edge and Chrome are the same bloody thing. Same thing. That's the first thing. TCP optimizer. Let's start off with the basics. TCP optimizer. WinRAR. I'm going to go fast now, guys. So you have to keep up. That's downloading. That's downloading. Aorus B650 drivers. Rev 1.2, which is one you've got. Support. Drivers. Audio. Chipset. We get both. Network. Don't know what that is, but we'll take it anyway. SATA and RAID. Now, you haven't got any RAID currently, but in the future you may want to have it. And the Wi-Fi. And BIOS we've picked up. Utilities. What is this? What's it got in utilities? Realtek Gaming LAN Bandwidth Control Utility supports, and yeah, might as well install it. Let's see what it does. Gigabyte Control Center full installation package. Yeah. Not going to worry about any of that garbage at the minute. Not going to worry about any of that bollocks at the minute. Right, okay, so now we're going to go through all of this shit. So the first things first, run as admin on TCP Optimizer. And like I said before, this tunes our... Never built a C, nice to see one built by someone I trust on this. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. That actually is quite a high praise as far as I'm concerned. That's high praise, Anonymous. Thank you very much indeed. That is really high praise. So what I'm doing here is I'm just setting some networking tweaks to make latency and ping a thing of the past. So let's do optimize. Let's go 12. Let's do 10. That'll do for now. So let's do that. That's the first thing. We're also going to fly through Discord. Let's go Discord downloading. Download for Windows. Then we're going to do Steam. Steam download. Now download. Download now on Steam. Install Steam. Right, let's think. WinRAR, that's fine. Radeon drivers. Auto detect and install tool. Yes, please. Rather than us fucking around. Accept all cookies. That's fine. Overview, download and setup. Available on this site. Download Windows drivers. And then we will run that one as well. So that one we're going to probably run as soon as this one's completed. No, I don't want to reboot. Exit. And now we're going to do the Adrenaline software. In fact, before we do that, let's just have a look for the WinRAR. Can't see WinRAR. What the fuck, man? Let's go up to the top. No, that's fucking high praise. I mean, do I deserve that high praise? Probably. Do I appreciate it? Oh, 100%. 100%. 100%. So what we're going to do is we're going to install, we're going to get everything running. The good news is obviously the PC is sat there running. It looks beautiful. Looks absolutely stunning. The colors, everything look absolutely fucking stunning. And it's a tidy PC, my friend. So congratulations, it's hard work. You earned it. I didn't see it start, but we're going to click it anyway. There we go. Right, WinRAR. Run as admin. Don't forget, all of your programs go on P now. So always make sure you change it to be P. Absolutely everything's going to go on P. So that's that. Let's go Atto disk benchmark. We're going to get that. We're also going to get hardware monitor. CPU ID, consent, versions, set up English, download now. Okay, so that's hardware monitor, that gets that. Let's do open hardware monitor, downloads. So we're going to download a few things at the minute, and then we're going to do Lian Li Open Connect. L Connect. L Connect 3. Let's get that installed as well. So we are going to do fucking everything, my friend. We are going to hit everything. x86 and then L Connect. Important notice. Important notice. Connect the USB-C download to, please. L Connect 3. Fucking just give me it. Couldn't. Yeah, I don't. It's the fact that you have to download this over fucking Google. So I'm gonna run the V distribution first. Run as admin. Let's get that installed. Let's also open up the control panel. I am bouncing around, so I'm going to bounce around things really fucking quick. So we are going to go into programs. We're going to go into Windows features on and off. There's a couple of things we're going to turn on in here. So we're going to go to Microsoft Message Queue Server. We're going to expand, we're going to open up, and we're going to add everything in. This also helps with some of the latency issues. Scroll all the way down, scroll all the way down. Let's just have a quick look. Subsystem for Linux, TPT, Telnet, RDP, that's fine. You can install those as well. So let's get that done. Let Windows Update download the files for you. Yes, crack on. We're also going to go to the desktop. Let's go to the desktop for a second. Right. Not a lot of people realize, but when you right-click the recycle bin, you say, show me more, go to properties, you will notice that it is reserving 42 gigabytes. 10% of your hard drive space is reserved. I mean, this is on the games, so that's 5%. Reserved for when you delete stuff. Guess what? Well, we're not going to worry about saving stuff. So on the games drive, we remove it. On the potato drive, we remove it. On the recording, we remove it. And on Windows 10, we are going to reduce it to no more than 1 gigabyte remembered. So when you delete stuff, you're only going to be able to delete so much before it starts pushing stuff out. Just be a little bit more mindful of what you're doing, but you save a fuck ton of space. There's no point in losing the space over it. Right, okay, so that's downloading, that's cool. Internet downloads, so let's go back to our programs. That's successful. That's doing its thing. So let's go into internet downloads. So that was doing its thing. So that's installed, that's doing its thing, that's installed. Steam setup. So let's run as admin. This again is going to go onto the P drive, penis drive, potato drive. We don't necessarily need to run it, but I tend to run it so it updates and makes sure everything's okay. So that's another thing. Right, 11 people watching. So we're losing people probably because people are tired and also because it's 1:45 in the morning. How long have we been streaming? Almost 6 hours. Cool. Happy days. Right. So that's there, done. Open hardware monitor. So what we're going to do is right click, WinRAR, extract to auto, open hardware monitor. And what you can do with this one is when you run it, and what we're going to do is we are going to show more properties, pin to start. Let's see if we can pin to the, we can't pin to the taskbar yet, but we should have pinned it to the start. Can't see it. What we'll do is let's generate a shortcut. Properties. Fucking Jesus. Don't want properties. Show me more options. Let's do send to desktop as shortcut. And what we're going to do is we're going to drag it and put it on the bar, because then it's always there. Now, what this does, it's 1947 out in Binks's area. Greg is going to fire up his PC and he'll be good to go. 100%. I'm going to make sure that he literally just needs to plug it in and away he goes. So this is Open Hardware Monitor. So when you open this, it's going to connect to all of the sensors on the machine. And is going to record all of the speeds, the temperatures, and everything. So at the minute, obviously, 8 cores, it's going to record the speeds. When it finds the highest, it's going to update the max. CPU temperature is 45 degrees, which is cold. CPU load is nothing. Power is nothing. You see that there's nothing on the GPU yet because it hasn't really detected. I'll be up later as a mod for a stream on later. You're going to install Adrenaline. There's going to be a few things installed. I ended up installing a classic start menu. Yeah, I mean, you can install, what's it called? Open start menu, I think it is. Something like that. It certainly uses historical stuff. Right. My Dragon Tool, driver RAID. So hardware monitor is the next one. Let's have a look at hardware monitor. So it should be very similar. So this one, we are going to do P. These all help if you find that you're having issues. These all help if you find you're having issues. So this here over the right hand side, when you look at CPU hardware monitor, which we're going to put on the box as well, it's going to do the same thing, and it should look almost identical as this over here. Now, all of the information that's in hardware monitor on the right hand side, you can get over the left, but it should show exactly the same thing, same temperatures, same dealio. Gives you some information like the memory is at 40 degrees C. It's picked up the 7900 XTX, but it's not doing anything. Right, cool. So that's there. That's installed. Adrenaline installation. So let's do the adrenaline again. Home. Let's go C drive, P drive, potato drive. Back sorry, computer had monthly updates to do, and I just let it do its thing. The monitor can come later if you need to save up some money, Greg. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Right, so it's going to check out what software we need. 13 people with us in chat. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Thanks for joining. So we are cracking through, installing all the applications for... No, Delta, you take care of yourself, my friend. You take care of yourself, buddy. So we're just cracking through the installation of all of the applications. And it's... don't know why that's opened up again, but we can close it now. That's fine. So I'm going to leave Open Hardware Monitor up and running while we're doing our stuff. Next, let's go back onto here, and we're going to go to Atto Disk Benchmark. I don't think I actually did download it. Let's go to this one. Let's download while we're here. That's sat running. Radeon additional options. Let's go browse, because we want to put it onto the right drive. It's going to go P drive, program files, select folder. Right, okay, browse. So I'm going to create a new folder, AMD, and we're going to put it in there. That's better. Full install. Allow AMD to collect information. No, don't allow. I don't want them to fucking do anything. Privacy view. Do not install. Skip. Yeah, we don't need privacy view. That's just an ability to make your screen go off. Right, okay. 3D caching. All that shit. Install. What else? Let's go into Ryzen Master. Ryzen Master for overclocking if needs be. Now, you probably won't, but it's handy to have it on the system if you need it. Download now. Also, Ryzen High Performance Power Plan. Check out the Ryzen High Performance Power Plan. Let's find out where it is. How to install Ryzen High Performance Power Plan. Power plans, should we use them? I just want to download. It's not rocket science. Delta, Night Delta, this will run 1080p if it's a normal window. They give RAM modules temperature sensors now, or is it the motherboard have a sensor in that area? No, the RAM reports temperature sensors are fucking minute. They are fucking minute now. Absolutely fucking tiny. Ryzen power plans. Agree. CPU dock now features a custom dynamic power plan. I just want to find the Ryzen ones. How to get Ryzen Balance. Continue recommended cookies. Ryzen Balance used to have high performance mode. Yep. You'll need to install the latest CPU driver and Ryzen Master, but I found this quite, yeah. Yeah. Click download. That's fine. Run the installer and wait for the hardware for compression process. Yeah, it's because I haven't downloaded. I haven't run the chipset. That's fine. That's cool. That's cool. It's going to install, so I thought it would do something like that. Right. L connect. That can do, that can close, that can close, that can close. WinRAR can close. So let's open up the folder. Ryzen Master. Well, that's still going. Downloads complete. Finish. Atto disk benchmark. Right. WinRAR extract. I'm hoping a recent version of Windows detects if it has a solid state drive and does not auto defrag itself, etc. No, I mean they shouldn't be doing that anyway. They shouldn't be doing it. They shouldn't auto defrag. The other thing as well, just make sure that you don't fill a solid state drive up, because that's going to be bad as well. Right, okay, so I'm going to create properties, send to create shortcut, and we're going to throw that on the board. Alright, so we've got some monitoring software. Let's get rid of them off the desktop. Because it's a lot easier to just have them here. Now, obviously, when you don't need them, you can just move them off. Sam is also the MVP in Lord of the Rings. Sam is the... what's the word called to describe him, really? Sam is... I can't remember the word that I'm trying to describe, but he is essentially the winner. He is the MVP 100%. Sorry, I had to leave for a bit. I'm back. Welcome back, my dude. So this is what I ran on mine earlier, Gregory. And the only thing I'm going to change is go up to 1 gig on the file size. You're not doing anything else, so we're going to hit start. We're just going to do a quick benchmark. Here's, yeah, Samwise Gamgee is the only reason they destroyed Sauron in the end. Samwise is the reason why. No one else. Sam. Right, okay, so we're just doing a disk benchmark. So like I said, Greg, if you're still there, this should fly through and it should be a nice bell curve. You've got nothing else running, nothing else interfering with it. It's going to show you your maximum read and write speeds to your drive, which should be circa 5 gigabytes a second. So that's what I should expect. If we're seeing everything low, then there's something seriously wrong. So you just hit 1 gigabyte write. Now you're hitting 1.8 gigabyte write, 1.2 gigabyte read, 3.7 gigs write. So you should hit 7 gigs write speed. I would expect 2.5 gigs, so 4.48 gigabytes write speed, 4 gig read, 4.5, so no difference on write, slightly higher on read. So now you can see where the bottleneck is on your write speed, which is 4.5 gigabytes. Still fast. Yeah, so that's bottlenecked on 4.5 gigs, so your drive doesn't go any faster. But it's still going up on the read speed, so you're at almost at 5 gigs on the read. So this one I should expect it to hit 5 gig. 4.86, so it's still not far off it. 4.5. 4.87. So it's slightly below its advertised, but we're going to do chipset drivers in a minute. So it could pick up the extra additional performance, but it's still lightning. So if you think a solid state drive is 500 megabytes per second, this is 9 times faster. 9 times faster, if not more. So it's a fucking good PC, guys. It's a fucking good PC. Congrats, Greg. Congrats, my friend. You have bought yourself a superb PC. A superb PC. Less issues than Mr. Porkchop. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Right, who's sending me messages of love on Twitter? Oh, it's steel leg. 45 enshrouded. So it's plain enshrouded. Okay. Cool beans. That looks delicious. So we're just waiting. Right, so now you can see just basically, hold on. Mr. Porkchop has enough PC problems, don't taunt him. Lol. I don't taunt him, innit? Well, the thing is, you'd have to be in chat for me to taunt him, mate. We all know he's probably fast asleep in the land of Nod right now. Fucking, what's going on here? It's like the graphics are doing its thing. Right, okay, so let's get back to the list. Right, let's finish off with what we need to do first before we do Windows changes. Right, internet downloads. Right, okay, disk benchmark, that's done. Ryzen Master, let's quickly do Ryzen Master while we're here. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, Miss Moneypenny. Miss Money Funny. I agree to the terms. Are you telling me I'm going to have to go all the way down to the bottom like that? Fucking retarded. Customize. Start path. P. We're going to call it master. Don't need a shortcut. Accepts an install. So Ryzen Master basically allows you to kind of like fine tune the CPU if you need it. But the other thing it does do is install a load of additional options like high power modes, balance modes for power, and a few other shiny things. But CPU, I mean, everything's looking good, looking good. So now we can do power mode. Let's see if this power mode's active already. Change the advanced, and let's see high performance. Right, we're just going to go high performance anyway. Okay, we might need to reset to see it. Okay, so we're going to do motherboard driver. Let's do motherboard chipset. So in order to track which ones we're doing, extract, then delete. Oops. Fuck off. Delete. And then you can install. Right click, run as admin. Yes. You got enough on Epstein Island. Oof. Probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong, my dude. With this PFP, real did you sell a computer? No. Couldn't believe it that someone asked me if I was selling Greg's computer. Like, well, offer me £1 million and I'll sell it. Okay, Greg is online. Let's have a look at Greg. What's Gregory playing? Oh, he's having a chat. Talking about the Abyss. Hail. Be right back. Windows has detected the current driver is better than the manufacturer, so bugger wolfed. Yeah. It happens. It does happen. It does happen. So really, we're just waiting for these installs to complete, and then we're going to do some shiny shit. Shared photo, it's $26. Send you a new bracket, Zombie building PC self-promote. Alright. So that disappeared. Okay. So that's done, I guess. So let's go WinRAR to this driver. Then we can delete that. And then we can right click and run as admin. Don't know what some of these things are. Can't remember off the top of my head, but needless to say. LAN driver. Okay. Yeah, they are, Steve. They're just trying to dumb it down. The problem is that there's people like us that will just obviously make solutions that get around it. Now there's a chap, and it's a really good tool. I'll just wait for this to sort its shit out, because it's doing what it's doing is reinstalling the internet. So I've just got to drop. Right, Demon Eye, Montalvo. Hey, my friends, keep telling me to get a PC. Where do you think is the best place to get a decent price? It depends on where you are. Are you in the US? Are you in the US, my friend? If you're in the UK, then what I would advise, do what I've done with Greg's PC here. Just built it. So I built this one on stream. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more. All right, let's zoom out a bit more. There we go. So I spent the stream just building the PC for Greg. It's significantly cheaper than buying it straight out of a store. I use specific locations in the UK. I use specific websites. Amazon is competitive now. Overclockers, scan.co.uk, Novitech, eBuyer is all kind of like locations where I buy my computer parts in the UK. Different locations have different things. So obviously you got in the US you've got Best Buy, Meta PC. You've got all of the main players where you can get PC parts. Yeah, the US. Now the thing is that if you want an all singing, all dancing one and you cannot build your own, then obviously you're buying a pre-built. Then 100% every time I would go to Meta PC. I wouldn't go to anywhere else. Let's just change that angle because that's too bright in my face. I wouldn't go to anywhere other than Meta PC. And the reason why I say that is because their builds are really good. Their customer service is really good. Best Buy or whatever, Better Buy. There's a few places where you can buy PC parts. In the US, they're good. You can get the various different components. But ultimately, you want to be building your own. Try Meta PC. If you must buy versus build, see if there's a nerdrotic discount code. Yeah, exactly. Take the opportunity for any discount codes from any of the streamers, because a lot of them are buying Meta PCs. I mean, this one here is certainly Meta PC level of build. I'm going to sort out the cables. The cables are the only really thing I need to do next. But I may do that off stream because it's getting a bit late. So I'll make sure that everything's up and running. Get the cabling all tidied off stream. But certainly the PC's built. I've spent the last 6 hours doing a full complete PC build, plus obviously talking through on stream with people. Up and running. Windows installation. Now just going through installing all the drivers. This whole stream has been a useful guide for people to follow exactly what I've done. I've put enough information into it, from BIOS upwards. The only thing I will say is that obviously you've got to be aware that in order to get a highly competitive PC, it's going to cost you. And certainly, if I look at my PC is fucking crazy. Not this one that's in the background, because that's Greg's. But my PC is about £6,000. And I built that myself. So I basically pulled all of the best components. There's no components better, let's face it. And what I did is I built everything myself, using everything the best. Typical whale mentality, but I'm in the IT consultants trade, so I need good IT as part of my job, so I can kind of like justify the cost of everything. Because the faster my PC, the faster I work. My brain works at fucking warp factor 2000, so I need a PC that can keep up. And even then, my PC still can't keep up. My brain just moves too fast half the time. Moves too fast. Cool beans. Right, that one's done, I guess. That's installed. Let's go to Wi-Fi driver. Let's go to Wi-Fi driver. Run as admin. You should do like a software list in the Discords for like references. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to show you. So, there is a chap, Chris Titus, tool. So Chris, what Chris has done is created quite possibly the best tool that I've ever come across. PowerShell. So we're going to go to PowerShell. We're going to right click, run as admin. Yes. And then we're going to right click and drop that link. We're going to let it go. In a minute, there is going to be a screen opens. And what that screen's going to do is give us access to do lots of things. Think of this as an all-in-one kind of like tool for stuff. If you want to install Discord, you want to install Guilded. So Guilded is basically another version of Discord. Some people use it, so why not? What else have we got? Don't need any of that. Browsers. All right, sometimes Firefox is actually useful. Vivaldi is not a bad browser. Documents. Okay, Adobe Reader DC. Yes, why not? Notepad++. Yes. Do I need anything else? No. Development. I don't think he's going to do any form of development. So let's leave development alone. Games. What do we think? Okay, emulation station. Possibly. Epic Games Launcher. And the thing with this is that you would select everything, and then you would say install selected, and it would go through and install all of those apps and things automatically for you. Now, obviously, in config, what you want to be doing is setting up certain things. So also all .NET Framework, legacy media, network file system, disable certain things, registry explorer. This is all about configuring, obviously, the system to work better. Dark theme enable. So that's going to dark theme stuff in the background. Performance plan. Add and activate ultimate performance profile. There we go. So that's been added. Create a restore point. Run this. Disable telemetry. Define Wi-Fi sense. So disables Microsoft telemetry. This may lock many Edge browser settings. Microsoft spies heavily on you when using the Edge browser. So disable telemetry. Disable Wi-Fi sense. Wi-Fi sense is a spying service that phones home all nearby scanned Wi-Fi networks to your geolocation. Let's get rid. There's another one that game DVR is one we'll turn off because it fucking saps performance. Set display for performance. Let's go down and run tweaks. And it just runs those tweaks. Perfect. Glad someone is still making such tools like this. Yeah. So he's done a really good tool here. He's done a really good tool. I mean, it's fucking amazing. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. Right, so we can crack on from there. Cool beans, cool beans. Right, we've got Steam. That's installed. Drivers for the chipsets. Let's just make sure that we've got the latest AM5 650. Is it 650E or 650? No, it's a 650. 650. B650. Submit. Windows 11. Chipset drivers. Download a. Now we're going to do this. Warp factor determined by understanding subspace more knowledge equals redetermining speeds. The Alcubierre drive. That's the way we're going to do it. If we're going to do anything, it's going to be via him. Righto. Do not argue, Wero Terry, either knee you will lose. Amazing. Oh, mate. I think I might need a cup of tea, you know? Why'd you say that? That might wake up the wife, so she might fucking tell me off. I can't believe that in all this stream I haven't got any more subs. It means that everybody loves me already. Fuck me. Shocking. That's good. I like it. If everyone's subbed already, that's fucking amazing. What's Mauler doing? Oh, he's on EFAP. Oh. He's on EFAPs. What are they doing EFAP on? Nothing particularly. Right, okay. So I2C provisioning GPIO drivers. So let's just run that. We're going to switch. We're going to do the BIOS in a bit because we haven't done the BIOS yet. So let's just let that run. What else have we got to do? Motherboard drivers are all done. Wi-Fi. I think Wi-Fi was done. Didn't see it was done. Run. Let's just do it. The alcohol, that's what I'll blame. Yeah, don't worry, mate. Don't worry, it's all good. It's all good. That's Wi-Fi, so that's exactly the same as the last one. So let's skip that. That's the thing. Skip that. That's audio. Audio. Audio software. Audio. So 19 views in the last 60 minutes, 374 in the last 48 hours. We've had a fuck ton of minutes watched. It's like fucking 169% higher. It's fucking crazy. Crazy. This program might not have installed using correct doodah. We're going to take the opportunity to restart. Let's do it. Let's take the opportunity to restart. And now we're back onto here. We're going to have to use the fucking... Jesus Christ. We are going to have to use... Gate. Crappy... Crappy keyboard. Cool beans. Right, EXPO is enabled. So let's go down to Q-Flash F8. I can just do that. File. Keep update BIOS. Yes. I'm sure I put it on there. What the frick? I'm sure I'll put it on there. Let's see what it says about this drive. See what it says about this drive. The question is it going to like switching out? It's probably not. Escape. Escape. Let's try again. There's no such thing as speed in space. It's all an undetermined factor. There's not yet been determined, hence no speed. Yeah. Let's get installed the BIOS, definitely. We have put the BIOS on. Right, this one's empty as well, it seems. That's fine. That's cool. Downloads. Web Services Toolkit. Nope. Didn't download there. Motherboard BIOSes. Aorus Elite. This one here. And then copy. Send to copy, 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 copy. And then we're going to put it on the USB drive. Paste. Oh, fuck me, that's slow. Right, speed. How's your migraine doing? I'm trying not to think about it. This Chris Titus tool is quite impressive. Yeah, honestly, it's fucking crazy good. Crazy good, my dude. Jack Highlight, I think you'll find there is a speed in the space, providing someone is measuring it. See, that's... I mean, this is the other thing that's also true, isn't it? Because what is speed? It's the same... You could turn around and say, right, it's the same argument as what is a woman. What is speed? What is speed? Did I trigger nerd battle in thingamajigger? Nerd battle. So I'm just going to force reset. Ba-da-ba-ba. Yes, Steve, this is your fault. It uninstalls programs without making a big tool about it tool. Yes. Rick, speed relative to speed. If light is useless as the speed of light is a bit useless as it's not a universal constant, it varies across the universe. Yes. Don't stay up all night, Tomby. No, I won't. No, it's not the same way as thingamajiggers. What is a woman? Speed is a measure of relative distance over an arbitrary time frame. But again, what is speed? Because obviously you just said there, speed is a measure of relative distance over an arbitrary time frame. But time is made up. Seconds, minutes, hours, they're made up. There's no real definition for it. Relative distance as well. That comes down to meters, miles, kilometers, light years, you name it. Again, arbitrary. Did I knock a cable? Did I knock a cable out? I don't think they like that USB stick. I don't think it likes it. Let's get a fresh one. I mean, ultimately, I don't like it either. I don't like it either. I don't like you. I don't like you either. Windows. Yeah, because that USB stick, it was a lot faster. Something wrong with it, I think. Definitely something wrong with it. Is it doing memory timings? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Did you create a FAT32 partition? You don't need to with UFI. I mean, it is FAT32 or it's X NTFS. But for UEFI, it doesn't really matter. It's fine. But what is a woman is not an arbitrary construct. Male, female. There's a definition for it. Yes. But see, that one could go down a rabbit hole as well. Because if you go all the way back in time, you can reverse it. Male, female. Doesn't matter. It's just a word. Just a word for yarns and socks. Yarns and socks. Right, what's going on with this capture? Have I knocked the plug out or something? Let's re-plug in everything. Re-plug in. Right, USB is in. That's in. Drives in. Why are you not correcting? I want to see you move. Right, let's turn off Elgato. Let's reopen it. Turn off Elgato. Elgato. Let's reopen it. Wait, Tombly, are you pro? What is a woman? I really don't care. I know I'm a bloke. I'm a dude, and I'm married to a woman by those definitions that I've always had and always been told. Oh, you're a girl, you're a boy. Fine. Jobbed. Jobbed. Must be memory timing. Let's have a look and see what it's doing. Where's my Camry? Camera. CPU this time. Fans are in. That's all fine. Nothing wrong with the cooler. That's all cool. That's nice and jobbed. Strange. Right. Let's go. Those lights are off. That's fine. So what we'll do. Let's turn off the power. The thing is that the CMOS battery. Let's kill the BIOS. This is all tickety boo. I think that should be dead by now. Okay, let's plug this back in. That wasn't proven to be the issue. Let's put everything back in. Turn it on. Right, if you don't subscribe to woke religion stuff, I call myself pro in what is a woman, both in first-hand experience and medical knowledge. Come along, come along. Unless it's now outputting somewhere else. Unless it's putting out to over here. Name it bye. Hello again. We still live? Yes, we are. We're still going. So we've got Windows installed. We're just going through setting up all of the applications. Hello, everyone's still here. Tomby teaches. Time is totally relative in quantum. Lunchtime doubly so. Running script for restore point changing system to allow multiple restore points per day. Now it's just sat there. Lol. But yes, Tomby teaches. I think it must be data training again. Must be data training. Take that out. Yes, yes, yes. Sweet child of mine. That's fine. Lian Li was connected, that's fine. All the USBs, that's fine. That's cool, that's cool. So we're going to put that, split that out. That's coming in, that's fine. Yeah. Must be memory training. Must be memory training. So what I might do is just wrap it up shortly, because I think it's just going into memory training, which can take fucking 5-10 minutes. But what I'll do is I'll continue in the morning. I might put a quick stream up, get some sleep, and then that way we can carry on. And essentially what we're going to carry on with is installing the rest of the applications, and get Steam installed. I'll do some recordings of the benchmarking. And yeah, I mean, it's doing what it needs to do. The only other thing that I need to do is I need to go onto Amazon, and just get a USB splitter, 4-port USB splitter, add to basket. So this is going to be delivered on Monday. Which is fine, because what I'll do is please install Multicute. Fucking hell, I haven't had that come up in ages. Multicute's awesome. So that's part of one of There. Sign in, bitch. There we go. Field of Dreams? The fuck? Who ordered Field of Dreams today? 21st of January. Really? I wonder. Yes. Hey, Tomby, get some rest. I'll catch up. Yes, we are going to call it a day. Look at those lights going. Yeah, I mean, we've had it all running. It's all been fine. The thing is that when you update, BIOSes and things like that, it goes through a memory training where it's just testing its memory configuration and making sure everything working is okay. So it could take a while. So Yes, I say, do I say pretty colourful lights? So what, who dreams what? So what have we done today? We have built the PC, ground up, explained a load of shit, ground up. We have then gone into Windows, we have installed Windows, we've bypassed the Microsoft login requirements for signing up for accounts, we've bypassed that. We've then started configuring all of the chipset drivers, all of the drivers for the machine, network configurations, and all that jazz. So we're at the stage where we are going to, in the morning, jump into Steam, do some benchmarking. I'll record those sessions. And once those sessions are recorded, I'll upload those. But I will do another live session in order for Greg to see the finished results. Up until then, you guys, thank you very much indeed for all your time. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you all as usual. And thank you very much indeed. You guys take care of yourselves, get a leg stretch, get some rest. Bye for now.